Guess I wasn't loud enough. Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the June 18th school board meeting. Is this on? Can you hear me in the back? No? All right, maybe they'll turn the volume up on the microphone. Good evening and welcome to the June 18th school board meeting, the last school board meeting of the school year. This meeting is now in session. Please stand while our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Color guard. Hold. Grease and others. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order. Colors. Center. Haste. Forward, march.
Thank you. You may be seated. So we have a lot to celebrate tonight. First, we'll recognize our student athletes. Mr. Ty Bird, Director of Secondary Education, will lead this recognition. While Mr. Bird comes to the podium, I invite my board colleagues to move to the front row. You're gonna come or you're gonna stay here?
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for braving the storms out there to be with us this evening. We really appreciate it. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of my good friend and colleague, Deb DeFranco. She couldn't be here with us this evening, but she's asked me to help celebrate some of our special athletes who participated in spring sports and were recognized at state levels. So first, I'm going to announce the Washington Lee State Crew champions. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if any of them are here. If you are a member of the Washington Lee State Championship Crew team, would you please come forward? Not here. Let's give them a round of applause anyway. Also, congratulations to the VHSL Lincoln Douglas Debate State Champion. If you are a member of that team, would you please come forward? Round of applause for them as well. They're not here this evening. Okay, now I know several members of this team are here, the VHSL All-State Track Team. Let's recognize Johnny Jackson, winner of the 1,600-meter race. Johnny, come on up. Congratulations. If you would stand over there. And when you come up, if you would stay up until the end, we're going to take a picture with the school board after we've completed calling out the names, okay? Next up is Yasmin Tinsley, 300-meter hurdles. Come on up, Yasmin. And there's several Washington Lee other track members there to celebrate with them this evening. Congratulations to you guys for coming out too. And their coaching staff, if they would come up, please. Mr. Bill Drake, coach, Nate Haley, Nicole Wiley. If you guys would also come up as well, please. Congratulations. Okay, another track athlete who is here this evening from Wakefield, Joshua Sutton, 4th place in the high jump. Come on up, Joshua. Thought he was here. Guess maybe he's not here. His coaches are here, though, Giovanni Gift and Jordan Wright. Would you guys please come on up. Congratulations next to Catherine Grant for 4th place in speech from Yorktown. Catherine, if you'd come on up. Congratulations. Also from Yorktown, track athlete Anna Macron Cochran, 2nd in girls 800 meter. Next, we have the girls soccer team from Yorktown High School, state champs. If you are a member of that team, would you please come forward? They're not here. Let's give them a round of applause. Next, we have the girls lacrosse team from Yorktown High School, state semifinalist. If you are a member of that team, would you please come forward? And you're the coach? Okay. Okay, that's it. That's it for our award winners from this spring sports season. If you give them all a round of applause, and if the school board would come on up for a picture.
Congratulations to these great athletes. Give them a moment to exit the room along with their friends and family and supporters. And now I'd like to invite Elizabeth Harrington, our Supervisor of World Languages, to present the next recognition. Elizabeth? Sure. No, I'll do it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you got them right there?
I do.
Okay.
And they're not.
And I have to hand the one with this name on it to the person who's got the same name, right?
Good evening. I am honored to be able to share some information with you about National Latin Exam recipients. The National Latin, thank you. The National Latin Exam is sponsored by the American Classical League and the National Junior Classical League. It's a 40-question multiple-choice test with a limit of 45 minutes. It's offered to students on 7 levels, Introduction to Latin, all the way through. And these exams are not based on any textbook series. On the Introduction to Latin, Latin 1, Latin 2, and all the way through, poetry exams, there are questions on grammar, comprehension, mythology, derivatives, literature, Roman life, history, geography, oral Latin, and Latin in use in the modern world. The philosophy of the National Latin Exam is predicated on providing every Latin student the opportunity to experience a sense of personal accomplishment and success in his or her study of the national language, national Latin exam. I just lost my place. National language and culture. This opportunity exists for all students, since in the National Latin Exam, they are not competing with their fellow students on a comparative basis, but are evaluated solely on their performance on the exam. The basic purposes of the National Latin Exam are to promote the study of Latin and to encourage the individual student. This year, we had 252 students of Latin who took the exam, and tonight we are recognizing 57 students who received a gold award. Of those 57 students, we have 5 students who received an actual perfect score. And those 5 students, I'm not going to have them come up just yet, but I do want to mention them by name. Michael Joyce and Camilla Anderson from HB, and their teacher is Melanie Stoll. Lucy Watts from Swanson, and her teacher is Paul Perot. And Natalie Nardone and Mickey Robertson, also from Swanson, and their teachers are Stoll and Perot. I would like to recognize our Latin teachers for their fabulous work. Brianna McHugh, who's at Yorktown, Melanie Stoll, Stephanie Strang, Paul Perot, Nora Kelly, Liz Gephardt, and Liz Eckpert for infusing the love of Latin in our students. So I'm going to call you up, and our board chair will be giving you your certificate. So please come up. Michael Joyce, who, by the way, is a perfect score recipient. Sophia Sherzai. Casey Pick. Nikhil Soni. William Savage. Lily Pennington. Joshua Huddleston. Am I going too fast for you? Yes. Okay, we're at Julia Brodsky. Julia Brodsky. Miroslav Junger. Francesca Barboza. Camilla Anderson, who's also one of the perfect score recipients. Tobias Hamarillo. Mary Music. Noah Trope. Grace Chen. Elizabeth Brown. Ethan Eds. Lucy Watts, also another perfect score recipient. Daniel Torg. Richard Chen. Haley Bazansuk. Jackson Gunink. Natalie Nardone, again, a perfect score recipient. Natalie Sissel. Andrew Edmondson. Luke Machete. William Hickey. Jillian Stoller. Jake Lawrence. Oliver Meek. Hannah Huang, Dean Coretti, Amelia Stoller, Magdalene McMullen, Lauren Rylander, Maximilian Morrison, Tallis Walker, Juliana Lomas, Natalie Hoisington, Eleanor Walsh, Mickey Robertson, Morgan Rathjen, Maylin Nguyen, Moya Zuhan, Julia Bilera, Luela Wallander, Savannah Thompson, Amelia Puchela, Dylan Williams, Emily Muchetti, Kevin Farrell, who's also one of our World Language Advisory Committee representatives. So Coleman McHugh, Harris, I'm sorry, Carolyn Coleman, Grant Harris, John Purple, Michael DeSensa, Evan Berry, and last but not least of the 57 students, Lindsay Gleckum. We read off a lot of names tonight. We did have a conflict of an 8th grade promotion, so that is one of the reasons that we have a lot of students that were not able to be here tonight. But I know that we want to honor them just as much as those that could be here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you called a bunch of names that I don't have certificates for.
Yeah. Everybody, move to the middle. There we go.
All right. Yeah. Can we squeeze in?
Thanks, you guys. Congratulations. Awesome work.
Congratulations again to all our Latin scholars. And now Pam Farrell, our Supervisor of Arts Education, will recognize some of our very talented students for their accomplishments. Pam?
Certificates? Oh, sure. It's the first group. Okay, good evening. Thank you, everyone. This year, we're recognizing two groups of students at this board meeting. One are our students in the arts, visual arts, and also students in music. This year, our first awards are going to go to our Scholastic National Art Award winners. We hosted our regional competition in Arlington. At the national level, there were 340,000 works submitted, and 2,500 pieces were awarded nationally. We received 21 of the 2,500 national awards here in Arlington. So we had the top 1% of all submissions are our students here. We are very proud of our students and our teachers. The national nonprofit organization that presents the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards honored our students last week at a gala celebration at Carnegie Hall in New York City, and they were treated to Tina Fey and Zach Posen as their guest speakers. And the top awards are exhibited throughout the year at the Parsons New School of Design in New York. So we're going to recognize you students. If you'd stay up here, we're going to invite up your music colleagues right after you and then do a photo. So we have Williamsburg Middle School, Maddie Day, Yorktown High School, Ian Newton, HB Woodlawn, Kulan Erdanali, HB Woodlawn, Grace Lynch, HB Woodlawn, Emma Stephen, WNL High School, Charlotte Kelly, WNL Alina Bachila. They were silver medalists at the national level. Our portfolio silver medalist is Yorktown High School, Philip Meany. Our gold medalists are Wakefield High School, Liliana Gallegos. Okay, sorry. We're just going to catch up with our certificates. And you notice some of our students are wearing their medals that they received last week at Carnegie Hall. Oh, yay, Mom! Woo! A moment you'll never forget. Okay. Liliana Gallegos, yeah. Are you Carlos? No. Oh, Philip. Okay, Philip Meany. Okay, and we're going to resume with Wakefield Carlos Limos Acevedo. Wakefield High School Willow Boswinkle. WNL High School Abigail Cup. Washington, WNL High School Lily DiBenigno. Yorktown High School Olivia Evans. Then the top national award you can receive, the American Vision Medal, is WNL High School Jamelith Pacavia. Jamalith. I'd also like to ask the teachers to come up, and then we'll call the music students. We have Mr. Alan Beeland, Eric Strepek, Gina Davidson, Hiromi Isobe, Ginger Tieford, Faylinda Kotis, Christine Bolin. If y'all are here, if you could come up. That's nice, yeah. Okay, next we are going to bring up our musicians to be recognized this evening for the All Virginia Music Ensembles, the highest level of honor a student in music can receive at the state level. These students went through rigorous audition processes and were selected as the most elite instrumental and choral groups. The ensembles represented by our students this evening include All Virginia Jazz, All Virginia Band, All Virginia Orchestra, All Virginia Middle School Chorus, and All Virginia High School Chorus. So All Virginia Band, Audrey Smith, H.B. Woodlawn. Lily Kopka, Yorktown High School. Noah Portner, W&L. All Virginia Jazz Band, Angel Dominicas, W&L. All Virginia Orchestra, William Holtz, Yorktown. Jackson Pope, Yorktown High School, and Sabrina Schuster, W&L. Virginia Senior Honor Choir, Annabelle Mudge, H.B. Woodlawn. NAFME, National Honor Choir, Grace Goldman, H.B. Woodlawn. And America Choral Directors, National Choir, Gaston Finger, W&L. And our final group to be recognized, the All Virginia Choir, Layla Eisenberg, TJ Middle School. Lauren Smith, Wakefield High School. Andrew London, H.B. Woodlawn. Brooke Tanner, H.B. Woodlawn. Henry Bettle, W&L. And if our teachers are here this evening, Mr. Christian Bannock, Bill Podolsky, Teresa Severin, if you would come up. Thank you. Yeah, we're ready for the photo.
I think that might be spelled wrong. It might be Dominguez without the I.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see. Oh, you're so sweet. So great to see you. One more. She's in the movie? Oh, that's awesome.
Board members, I think we're back on the dais. Yeah.
I think actually they're going to stay over.
What's that?
You can do Paul from here. I was thinking board.
Oh, okay.
Back up here. It's okay. I don't know if it leaves or not.
Yeah, you're supposed to go back. All right, congratulations again on your accomplishments. And next, Monique O'Grady will present our next recognition. Monique?
I'm right here.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to invite Mr. Paul Jamowski and Cleveland James to come forward. Okay. There they are. Here we go. Is it? No? Okay, well, you'll have to bask in the spotlight by yourself, Mr. Jamowski. All right. In recognition of Including People with Developmental Disabilities Month, Administrator Cleveland James and Supervisor of Special Education, Mr. Paul Jamowski, were honored for their support of the Specially Adapted Resource Club, or SPARC. This recognition, sponsored by the Arlington County Community Services Board and presented on March the 5th, acknowledged the outstanding advocacy efforts of Mr. Jamowski and Mr. James to ensure that individuals with developmental disabilities can participate fully in community life activities. SPARC is a club that empowers adults with disabilities to live as engaged citizens by giving back to their community through service projects, acquiring new vocational skills, and practicing life skills through leisure learning guided lessons. SPARC's primary focus is on skill building, community inclusion, and self-determination. These values are equally critical in empowering SPARC participants to be fully engaged members of the community. Now, SPARC enriches the lives of these young adults by enabling them to pursue hobbies and pastimes that they may not have otherwise been able to enjoy. So congratulations to Cleveland and Paul on receiving this special recognition from the Community Services Board. And thank you for all of your efforts in support of SPARC and our young adults in our community. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I'm going to invite my colleagues to come forward for us to take a picture with Mr. Jamowski and the superintendent as well. There we go.
And our final recognition this evening is for Leslie Peterson, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations. I'm very pleased to announce that our Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, Leslie Peterson, recently received certification by the Association for School Business Officials International, or ASBO, as a Certified Administrator of School Finance and Operations. This certification is only granted to highly qualified individuals who fulfill multiple requirements, including proving eligibility through work experience and education, passing a comprehensive two-part exam that tests competency in accounting and school business management topics, and adhering to the ASBO International Certification Code of Conduct. School business officials who earn this certification have demonstrated a commitment to high standards and ethical practice in school business management and to ongoing professional development. Congratulations, Leslie, on this significant career accomplishment. Please join the board members and Dr. Murphy for a photo. Congratulations.
It in a little bit.
And we are now at announcements. On June 24th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet at 2 p.m. in the School Board Conference Room. On June 25th, the board will hold a closed meeting at 7 p.m., and on June 26th, we will hold a closed meeting at 6:30 p.m. Both meetings will be in the School Board Conference Room. And on Friday, June 28th, there will be a school board and ELT retreat beginning at 1 p.m. in rooms 354 and 356. Board members, do you have any items to announce? Tanya.
Good evening. I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone for their support. I received many flowers and cards and get well soon wishes. For those of you who may not have attended the board meeting in April, I became a living donor and donated a kidney to my sister. The surgery took place May 16th, so I'm 5 weeks out and I am feeling great. I'm not ready to run a marathon yet, but maybe in 2020. My sister is doing amazingly well. Both surgeries were successful. She is off dialysis and is just on anti-rejection medicines, which is very typical for a kidney transplant recipient. I'm very excited for her, and if all goes in the direction that it's going, she's expected to return to work as a paraprofessional teacher assistant in August. And so thank you all for your support during that journey. It was very wonderful and miraculous for our family, and the prayers and the get well cards and the flowers I received were very, very much appreciated. And so I will just take this opportunity to remind you to learn about becoming an organ donor, putting that heart on your driver's license if you would consider that. And if you know of anyone who's becoming a living donor, please provide them encouragement and support. It really does save and change lives. And I also wanted to announce some wonderful news from one of my liaison schools. I am pleased to congratulate Arlington Community High School for being selected to receive the 2019 Board of Education's Continuous Improvement Award through the Exemplar School Recognition Program. A school receives this award for being accredited or accredited with conditions and significantly improving academic and school quality indicators for each of the past 3 years. Schools must demonstrate one or more of the following: an increase in the academic achievement of all students in reading or mathematics, an increase in academic achievement for 2 or more student groups in reading and mathematics, an increase in attendance, an increase in graduation rates, and a decrease in students who drop out of high school. So the Virginia Department of Education has sent a certificate, and they state that they value Arlington Community High School's exemplary accomplishments and focus on improvement. So I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate Arlington Community High School. The work that they're doing for our community is wonderful, and it is definitely a wonderful achievement that they have received here. And those are all the announcements. Oh, and one more thing, I believe we have many speakers signed up to speak today. If I wanted to let speakers know that if I have to step away or any of my colleagues, we can hear everything in the back. So please don't take that as a disregard to your speaking, but I anticipate it being a very long moment. So for me in particular, I may have to step up to the restroom or just to stretch my back, and I know that my colleagues may have to step away. So please know that we are listening, even if we step away from the dais for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board members, do you have announcements? Here? No? Okay. Dr. Murphy, do you have announcements or updates?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I've got a few announcements that I'd like to make this evening. And I'm going to start out referencing the picture that you have here of a young lady who graduated just last week from the Stratford program. And this is Sahar. And Sahar is well known at Stratford. She's been there for a couple of years, but it's someone that I actually met when I arrived here in Arlington 10 years ago on the first day of school. So she has a place in my heart, and it was very gratifying to see her graduate last week and be moving on to her next adventure. And with that, I'd like to share formally with the board that I am moving on to my next adventure. I want to thank the board It was announced last week that I am retiring, and I know there have been some questions about that, so I want to be able to provide a little bit of clarification. The first part that's rewarding to me, just like Sahar, I've achieved 30 years here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and so I've reached eligibility to be able to retire. So I'm taking advantage of that, given where I am in my career and some other things that I would like to do. I also think it's healthy for the organization to have changeover in leadership, and I think this will give APS, which I have fond memories and also a great deal of respect for, the opportunity with many of the challenges that we have coming forward to us. I know it was also announced yesterday that I've taken on a new responsibility as a superintendent in West Virginia. And I know there have been some questions about my end date here and my start date there. So I want to just provide a little bit of clarity around that. I am here in Arlington through the summer. So the transition point, allowing the board some time to either select an interim, temporary, or select a new superintendent, that will give that time. And also we have some things that we want to sort of finish out. It was reported, I believe, in the newspaper that I will be starting in the new school division in July. That is not accurate. I am not starting in the new school division until I finish my obligation here. So sometimes those things are just innocently misconstrued or reported, but I am through the month of August here, and then I will start my new responsibility. And I want to thank the board because each one of you has played a role. There have been 13 board members that I have served during that 10-year tenure. 8 of you have served in the role of chair, and 2 of you have actually served in that role twice. So there's 8 others that are not here, but I did call each one of those folks on Friday, and I thanked them. And it was very rewarding to speak to each one of those individuals because of the roles like you folks play and the service that you provide to the community. I want to say the community does not realize the hours, the time, the energy, and what you do and the difference you make. So I want to say to you, thank you. I know the hours and the time and the commitment that you make. And I think that amount of service you provide is really, truly amazing. So thank you for that. I also want to recognize members of my team that have played a critical role, and you folks have been tremendous. I think you guys are really where the rubber meets the road and why we are successful, but also we have principals, we have teachers, we have staff, and it really is everyone contributing. So I know that Arlington is a very attractive place, and new leadership will come forward. But at the end of the day, it's how we serve kids, and as evidenced tonight with what has occurred here, we continue to serve kids, and that's because we have great community support. We have a county government that believes in public education, which is critical today for our nation, the institution of public education. And I really just want to thank the entire Arlington community for the difference they've made and how they are changing lives and futures. So I appreciate all of that very, very much. So thank you for allowing me to share that and also graduate here with Sahar. All right. I'm going to move on and talk a little bit about graduation. And we are sponsoring a Twitter account, hashtag, which is hashtag APSGrads19. And we're encouraging community members, students, families to share some of their stories about their graduates with us. And we are then posting all of that. We've also got a video highlighting some of our graduates and the things they're doing. And one of the encouragements we offer is that there are multiple pathways to success. Students are pursuing a number of different options, so success looks a variety of different ways. It's really based on an individual's interests, what their needs are, and really then how they ultimately can succeed. So we'd ask folks to contribute to that, and I just want to congratulate all our graduates and our staff that started with them, many of them in pre-K, in kindergarten, through elementary, middle, and high school. They've all contributed to our graduates this year and their accomplishments. So we've started on graduations actually last week, but we're really going to get rolling here. Today we had a new directions recognition that was very heartwarming. Tomorrow is the last day of high school, and we've got graduations for HB Woodlawn and then promotions at the middle school level. Thursday, we've got Washington, Lee, Yorktown, and Wakefield graduations at DAR Constitution Hall. And then we have the last day of elementary and middle on Friday, and we've got Arlington Community High grad, Langston graduation, and we had to move the Gunston graduation, and they're going to be having their promotion ceremony in the afternoon. I know there's been some recent news that I want to share with all of our families about concerns for some of our families that may be new to this country based on the current administration and some of the message they are sending about possible crackdowns with folks who may have an immigrant status here in our country. And today, seeing that headline out there, we did a couple things. One of the things is I immediately contacted all of our principals and reminded them of the procedures that we have in place. The number one procedure is that making sure that students are safe, making sure also that if authorities come to the building, they contact me immediately, and that we have procedures in place if students should arrive home and their parents have been detained. So we put those procedures in place now over a year ago. We reminded everyone of those, and so I wanted to let folks know that we took that step. The other thing is we are open. Even though Friday is the last day of school, we are still open. So our schools, our central administration office here at the welcome desk, if families have concerns, please go to the schools or to come here to the Welcome Center. Coupled with that, we're going to have a little bit of a time gap here between when school gets out and summer school starts. But many of these same procedures are in place. And I just want to communicate to families that our schools are a great resource to you. They're also a welcoming place. And we do provide services to all families, especially during kind of our transition period between the end of school and the start of summer school. So I think that's a real important message for us to get out there based on some of the news we're hearing. But I do want to let you know that our principals are aware of this and they are prepared should something arise. All right, moving on to summer school registration. Just a reminder, we've got registration for current APS secondary students for makeup and strengthening, and that registration can occur here on the first floor. And then we've also got summer school letters going out, elementary June the 24th through July 1st, secondary July 1st, and then all of this information is also going to be posted on Parent View as of July the 2nd. Coupled with these mail-outs, we are also going to provide the bus information or transportation information. I'm going to ask John Chadwick to talk to this slide in particular a little bit about the summer school transportation update. So, John?
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. So we do have some changes and efficiencies that we're implementing this summer for summer school. Secondary students will be picked up and dropped up at central locations. This will help to reduce the length of the runs and the time of the runs. That includes middle and high school students who will attend Kenmore and Washington Lee. Summer school customer service hours for the call center are 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. from June 24th through August 16th. And more information on transportation will be provided in the summer school letter And there is the number for the call center at 703-228-8670. Thank you.
All right, John. And I think we found, especially before the start of summer school, that the call center has been really effective. So if people don't get a letter or the letter's delayed, we encourage folks to reach out to that call center.
Well, the letters have already gone to the printers, so they're on schedule to go out, and that includes both general education and then students whose IEPs or programs require specialized transportation.
Okay. All right. Very good. I know also the board has been interested in where we stand with some of our hiring for the year, and I reported to you last time kind of what the status of things. I'm going to ask Erin Wales-Smith to give us a little bit of an update as far as where we are at this point in the year. And I also want to thank Erin and her team with HR for all the work they've done. They've done a tremendous job in getting folks placed with some of the changes that we've had with the recent boundary changes and increases in enrollment. So thank you, Erin, very, very much. But anything you want to add to where we stand at this point?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Murphy. I am excited to report that all staff has been placed off of the surplus list. So that was originally around 193 of our employees, and each and every one of them at this point has been placed, which was our goal by Friday, which is the last day. So we're excited to report that. You will note as you take a look at our personal actions that there are a lot of hirings that are happening and resignations. The reason that the actions are currently reflecting this is that we're in our high season right now. Over the next 2 months is when we will see the majority of the hiring and the resignations, just with the natural cycle of what folks do on 10-month contracts. We want you to know that recruitment and hiring continue, that we are monitoring vacancies and recruiting candidates as soon as those become available, and look forward to continuing to keep you updated as we move forward through our busiest part of the season.
All right. Well, thank you. I know that staffing our schools and making sure that we're ready to go on the first day is really the priority, so I appreciate all that work. Last week we had a work session on the pre-K instructional program pathways. And this evening what I'd like to do is just give Dr. Natras an opportunity to do just a little quick overview as part of my announcements this evening as far as where we stand and then what some possible next steps are as we go forward. So Dr. Natras.
Yes, so as you know, at the work session last week, we shared two key components. One was defining the elements of options, schools, and programs. You can see the definition that we proposed in the slide here, that options provide specialized and proven instructional models that support different learning styles while meeting APS core curriculum requirements. Options are available to all Arlington students based on allocated space and specific program criteria. And options may also include these other things, so unique philosophy, staff who have specific training, and or recognition by an outside agency. We also shared pretty extensively last week at the work session the vision for the pathways themselves, considering where students may enter into certain pathways within APS, thinking about the pre-K-12 articulation so that if students want access to a specific pathway, where is that provided throughout their articulation in APS? Having a clear message, a big piece of this work is really making sure that all of our families know what options are available to them and aligning this work with the strategic plan. So there's a lot of additional information on the Engage with APS webpage. We also shared last week several of the next steps that we envision, including updates to the options and transfer policy with some of this information, thinking about what is in the policy implementation procedures for this work, and then, as we've shared, really considering these pathways as we look at upcoming boundary processes and the opening of new schools.
I know that you and Ms. Stingle especially have worked very diligently on this, along with a pretty comprehensive and widespread team. I also know you've engaged the community with this, and I think one of the things that we laid out several years ago in regards to the master planning effort that was made, and then the pre-K-12 instructional pathways, was that we wanted to have some type of plan in place as we look to the future and realize that we're going to continue to grow. So I know there's always an advocacy to take the next step or to shape that plan a little bit further, but I think the foundational pieces are here in place. So if we need to draw on this, there are recommendations that are part of this, but that's all they are, is recommendations at this point. So as things shift and ebb and flow, I think there is a good basis here for us to build off of. Back in 2015, we had the master planning group that came forward, and they sort of shaped that out to this point. I think this takes it to the next stage. And so as we look at the CIP into next spring, and then even further out, and realize we're going to continue to grow based on projections, I think we're in a good place. And this plan is something that you can adjust and modify as you go on. So I appreciate, Dr. Natras, the work that you've done, along with Ms. Stingle and your team. And so I think we are in a very good place to take that next step. All right, I'm going to move here to school board action plan and go through sort of the 4 areas and give a little bit of an update of where we are. As you can see, the school board and staff have been very diligently moving through a series of policies, and the ones there on the left-hand side of the slide are the ones that you folks have recently adopted. There are several on the consent agenda tonight. I know the School Board Policy Subcommittee, along with Ms. Julia Burgos, have been working to move policies along and keep us updated. I'll remind everyone that many of the legislative actions that took place in the last legislative session come into effect as of July 1. So that will be something that we'll be going through, making sure that our policies align with those legislative actions. And so we'll probably be bringing you a number of those after July 1 so that we can go ahead and update. And we work with Virginia School Board Association, also the Virginia Association of School Superintendents, as well as many of our local legislators to keep those abreast. So that'll kind of be the next set of policies based on legislative action that we're going to need to look at. We are going to continue to also, in relationship to the equity and inclusion policy, we've got some milestones coming up here for the summer of 2019 to kind of finalize some drafts. This evening, we are going to be hearing a monitoring item on transgender youth, an update on policy J-2, student equal educational opportunities. And so we'll be sharing that with you a little bit later this evening. When we look at capital initiatives, we've got the Building Level Planning Committee, the BLPC for the Career Center expansion project in motion. I just want to highlight that we are seeking applications for that BLPC by June the 24th. So if residents representing various stakeholder groups are interested, they can make application. We are also in dialogue with pursuing a chair as well as a charge for that BLPC, and Mr. Chadwick is actually a critical component in leading that. I've also provided you updates on the various projects, and they continue to move along. Fleet Elementary and the Heights Building, which are on target to be ready for the start of the school year. We've also got refresh projects going on at Drew and Henry. And then, of course, we continue to move forward with the Dorothy Ham Middle School. And correct me, John, so that I don't misstate the date. What is the current timeline on Dorothy Ham renovation?
The renovations will be completed over the summer, and the school will move into the renovated existing building in September.
Okay. And then as far as the addition, what timeline do we have?
We're looking at somewhere between January and later in the year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It just won't stop raining. Finally, Engage is one of the best resources that we have out there. We use that very effectively to post and also communicate and with folks. So that's a good place to go for updates and additional information if needed. So a wealth of information happening. This is a busy week, but it's also a very rewarding one. Questions?
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions or comments on Dr. Murphy's announcements? Tanya?
I wanted to make a request regarding the IPP. I had the opportunity to watch the work session last week. I thought it was very informative and very helpful, and I had an opportunity to review the PowerPoint, and I was hoping that perhaps we could have that synthesized into some type of report similar to the Master Planning Committee that they provided. As you know, we refer to the Master Planning Committee document often, and while they have many recommendations that we do not use, there are many that we do, and I think it'd be helpful to have the IPP work that's been happening, the community feedback, the staff recommendations all in one place so that we can use that tool as we are moving forward and growing.
Right.
I think I don't know where my colleagues are on that, but I would request that if we could have that. And then perhaps if it's done by the end of the summer, it can come back as a modern report and then it's posted and we can always access that tool. And when we're doing engagement projects on growth, on boundaries, on new buildings, on programs, it's something that we can refer to versus referring to a work session or a PowerPoint. So.
Okay. Let me, I know that has been discussion throughout today. Let me talk with Dr. Natras and see if we can't get some type of document pulled together. I know we have the work session as a resource. I know we have the PowerPoint, but I hear you're looking for something more of a report style of tool.
Yes, something that we can find everything in one place,
right,
and that we can easily access as we are going through our different processes. Thank you.
All right.
That would include also staff recommendations, because it would be important to see, I think, where staff landed from their perspective and provide those recommendations there, as well as the community feedback. So.
All right.
Good, thank you. Other comments or questions? Nancy?
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Murphy, I was unable to attend the June 6th meeting, and during that meeting you had an extensive, I did watch the meeting, and you had an extensive conversation about the BLPC charge to the Career Center, which was noted just now. And had I been here, I would have been echoing the comments that Dr. Cannon gave about needing to clearly enunciate the instructional programs at the Career Center so that that can be the backdrop for the BLPC work. But more importantly, as we were discussing the career and technical education programs at that school, the various uses of those programs by the comprehensive high schools, and the concern people have at those opportunities are becoming more sought after, and then as our population grows, the demand increases, and it's becoming what was, I think, a fairly loose process. Seems like maybe it needs to become more regularized. So I'm talking about our commitment to CTE, our commitment to the other programs at the Career Center, and in all of the drafts we have done up to this point, we have always maintained our commitment to those programs, maintaining them and growing them. Now, I know we have to create a flexible facility, but I think we need a document somewhere or something in writing that states our commitment to those programs. Hopefully at that site somewhere. We have to, I think there's a lot of concern among students and families that our commitment waivers, and depending on whether or not we're going to be able to fit it at the building, our commitment waivers on that. So I think we need to state as a board that we have that commitment. I think we also have to state our commitment to Arlington Tech and what that program of instruction is at Arlington Tech, because it's been changing. And as I've talked to families, they're confused about that. So that's related to all the programs at the Career Center. So I have a request, and I would hope my colleagues would join me, that again, something be put in writing that states what the CTE program, our commitments are to the programs, knowing that things are going to have to change over time, but what those commitments are, and what our commitment is to Arlington Tech, and what the instructional program is there. So it really is in one place for all people to see, that could then also be used as a backdrop for the BLPC work. And I know that this is a very complicated process, but people are very confused by it. And depending on who you talk to on staff, there is some confusion on staff too. So I think putting it in one place and getting everybody on the same page would be a really useful document, and I would love to see something like that by the end of the summer, and I hope my colleagues would join me in that request. But I put that out to you because I would have said it and supported Dr. Cannon's comments on that at the last meeting, and I hope that we can consider that, because I think it would be very, very useful and make it very clear to the BLPC what they should be considering as they talk about a very flexible building going forward. So just wanted to give you that feedback.
Okay. Yep.
Quick follow-up on Ms. Van Doren's comment. Dr. Natras, I think I heard you say when you talked about the IPP that a piece of it would be the development of a policy and/or PIP. Was it referring to the idea of a policy on programs? 'Cause in a way, I think part of what Ms. Van Doren's getting to is the idea that as we develop, we haven't really, we don't do it very often, so we haven't really systematized even how we think about the development of a program and the building and the commitment we make and the consistency and things like that. So I thought I heard you say that that would be a piece of the IPP work, but just wanted to confirm, and I think that's a piece that's missing.
My reference was an update to the current options and transfer policy. We had said that would be updated every 3 years, and we put that in place in 2017. Part of it is the definition of options and making sure that that's very clear, and then deciding what else lives in that policy and what else lives in the policy implementation procedures.
Okay, well then, in that case, just as a follow-up to the idea of clarifying Arlington Tech and those programs, I guess my suggestion is that we think about also developing a policy regarding programs, so maybe we can, make sure that we're being consistent as we grow and develop new ideas. Just a thought for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So relative to Dr. Murphy's retirement and future plans, we want to thank Dr. Murphy for his 10 years of service and wish him all the best in his future position, and know that he'll make a positive impact on the school system in Berkeley County as he has here in Arlington throughout his tenure. He's served public education in the Commonwealth of Virginia for more than 30 years and is eligible for retirement. The school board is fully focused on executing a search for a new superintendent who will continue to advance our work for Arlington's learners. That is our priority, and we are moving forward expeditiously to identify an exceptional leader and fill other key vacancies in the school system. We're committed to working with the community on a thoughtful and effective process to find a leader who will continue to inspire excellence, elevate our work, and propel us forward as a school system. At this point, no decisions have been made, but we will share decisions when they are made. So, Dr. Murphy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
And we are now at the consent agenda. May I please have a motion for adoption of the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. As part of the consent agenda, I'd like to make several announcements. First, I'm pleased to announce that we appointed Mr. David Horak as principal of Abingdon Elementary School. Mr. Horak has 15 years of experience at both the elementary and middle school levels, and he has had significant success in bringing about academic achievement for all students. Throughout his career, Mr. Horak has worked with staff and students to implement curriculum in innovative ways that engage multiple learning modalities. This approach to learning will match well with Abingdon's Project GIFT. With his support, Mr. Horak's current school recently earned the National Blue Ribbon School Award by diligently working to close achievement gaps. He possesses outstanding organizational planning and goal-setting skills that make him an excellent leader, and he believes that student success happens when we set high expectations, provide ongoing professional development, and create a welcoming atmosphere through the responsive classroom. Based on his experience and skills, we believe Mr. Horak will be a great asset to Arlington Public Schools. Congratulations, Mr. Horak. Would you stand up, please, sir? And I know you brought some people along with you to help you celebrate in a color-coded mode. Good, you want to introduce them?
So that's my wife, Ann. My beautiful daughter, Emily. And this is Matthew. I will say that the playground at Abington got rave reviews from my children, which kind of put me over the edge of applying to the school. So.
Very good. Welcome aboard. I'd also like to announce that as part of the consent agenda, the board appointed Bob Ramsey as chair and Melanie Bowen as vice chair of the Budget Advisory Council for the 2019-2020 school year. Are they here? I know Bob Ramsey's here. Is Melanie here? No? Could you stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you for your continued service on the BAC. We also appointed John Giambalvo as chair and Colleen Pickford as vice chair of the Advisory Council on School Facilities and Capital Programs for the coming year. Are either or both of them here? And we're going to thank them in advance for their continued service. And appointments were also made by the board to the School Health Advisory Board. And finally, under consent, the board approved renewal of our partnership with the Friends of the David M. Brown Planetarium for another year. And now we will hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. And before the speakers begin, I'll review the speaker guidelines. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker's slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. So if you're planning to speak during the non-agenda portion of the meeting, you need to get that speaker slip in now if you have not previously signed up. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. However, if there are student speakers, we invite them to speak first so they do not have to stay out late on a school night waiting for their turn. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. To ensure all speakers are understood, regardless of their native language, the board has made the following revision to current guidelines. If a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board. And finally, we ask the audience to refrain from applauding. So under citizen comment on non-agenda items, do we have speakers?
We have one speaker, Ms. Stacy Snyder.
Good evening, members of the school board. It's nice to see all of you together. I apologize. I know I'm presenting the FAC's final report later on in the agenda, but the FAC discussed a final recommendation at our last at our last FAC meeting, which was last Monday, and we wanted to share this recommendation with you. We put this recommendation together after we had written the final report, so it's kind of an addendum to the final report. And this is a recommendation, or this is some feedback and recommendations from the Advisory Council on School Facilities and Capital Programs on the March 26, 2019 letter from the County Manager, Mark Swartz, to Dr. Murphy offering APS the use of 1429, or Building 2, and 1439, Building 3, North Quincy Street within the Quincy site.
I'm sorry, Stacy, can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
So is this, because this and the following item are both on FAC items, is this something that you can report to us at that time during the monitoring item?
I could.
Since, to my uneducated eye, they seem to be related.
They are related, but this is a separate recommendation that didn't make it into the report.
I think we could
Okay.
accommodate that at that time, inasmuch as you're a chair of one of the advisory committees, and you're not limited to the 2-minute, limit, as if you were speaking on an unrelated agenda item. So if you wouldn't mind, kind of, you can put these together.
Okay.
When we
So
call
you want me to go
the monitoring
sit back
item.
down
She's next?
I'm next.
Oh,
So you want to just
okay.
Well,
Got
should
it.
I finish this or?
Finish. Finish.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I
All right.
apologize.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion, So the FAC supports informing the county that APS is interested in repurposing the office buildings and space for APS use, subject to appropriate cost and use analysis by APS staff and the school board. We appreciate the acknowledgement by the county of the APS need for sites and space to address capacity needs and other infrastructure needs of our school system that are a consequence of rapid and continued enrollment growth. We recognize the site, which is 6.1 acres, is a centrally located area and could accommodate a number of needs of both the county and APS. In order to determine proposed uses for the repurposed buildings and an estimated time frame, we recommend that this be done through the APS CIP process, examining capacity and other needs while balancing costs. Current projections estimate that in the next CIP, APS will need capacity beyond what is currently planned that is equivalent to 3 to 4 new schools to accommodate a seat deficit of 3,300 plus seats by 2028. As APS enrollment grows, the needs of our school system must be acknowledged beyond just the need for new seats, but also how this growth stresses other critical APS infrastructure needs. The FAC has concerns about spending $47.8 million based on the cost per square foot for Ed Center renovation by 2021, which would likely be higher due to cost escalations whenever the Quincy site work begins, for a maximum of 600 seats that would not provide outdoor play space, a full gym or cafeteria auditorium, or include costs of parking or other necessary site improvements. We also had concerns that if building number 2 and building number 4 are repurposed for instructional space, that building number 3 would separate the two, complicating administration, instruction, and safety. Site access for buses, school parking, and multimodal student access would also be challenging. We understand that the high cost to convert commercial space to school use resulting from the need to bring the building to school code compliance would be incurred for any facility that would accommodate student use. The FAC also discussed the option to relocate the facilities and operations offices and shops currently located at the Trade Center to this location and demolish the existing facility to allow for an expansion of bus parking at the Trade Center site. APS does not currently have enough space to park all of its buses at the Trade Center. There are currently about 165 buses parked there and another 25 parked at the Education Center. As our school division grows, APS needs to add between 5 and 15 buses to the fleet each year, which would further squeeze existing bus parking. Moving Trade Center offices temporarily to Buck would allow for optimization of the Trade Center site and free up enough parking for buses for the foreseeable future. It is also worth considering that space for parking buses in Arlington is extremely hard to find, and that APS is currently investing $2.1 million on a transportation staff facility renovation at the Trade Center site. APS currently parks some white fleet vehicles at the Quincy site while the offices remain at the Trade Center, creating time and resource inefficiencies that could be remedied if they were both housed at the same location. Repurposing the 1439 building, or building number 4, to facilities and operations offices and shops would cost significantly less than converting it to school space because the code use classification of commercial would not change. FAC believes this option should be strongly considered as APS delivers best use per cost and need. Importantly, FAC recommends that in conjunction with possible interim uses to address immediate needs, APS and the county consider long-term school uses on the entire site. APS should study whether this site could be expanded in the future over I-66, adding space for a larger expanded use. Efforts should be made now to determine technical feasibility, legal air rights requirements, and cost estimates. Projections show enrollment growth continuing, which will be a common theme in my report. We support investigations and considerations that lead to decisions that make the best use of the site given its central location in Arlington, transit access, size, surrounding residential neighborhoods, and proximity to one of the top 3 areas in Arlington with a large seat deficit. We suggest looking at the use of these buildings as interim or short-term solutions, investing as little money as possible, and to not preclude future uses or long-term investment plans. We also recommend that overall planning on the site should be considered as part of a long-term comprehensive planning jointly by APS and the county. Should I just stay here?
Thank you very much. Why don't you remain at the podium while we introduce the next item, which is monitoring item E1, and that is the annual report from the Advisory Council on School Facilities and Capital Programs. And Dr. Murphy, do you want to introduce?
We actually turn to Mr. Chadwick and Ms. Stingle, who are going to present this, but well, you're going to have the follow-up report, correct? And then Stacy will do the recommendations.
She's just going to carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on. Thank you.
I promise we are nothing but consistent. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that on the report. Anyway, so
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Well, let us try and get it up. There it is.
okay, thank you. Okay, so I have so I've had the honor for the last 2 years of being the chair of the Advisory Council on School Facilities and Capital Programs. I always have to look up that long name because it is not the Facilities Advisory Committee, it's something else. But I've really appreciated my time serving as chair. So thank you very much for that opportunity. Through our work, the FAC aims to provide a countywide perspective that puts each decision into context of how it impacts the capacity and facility needs for our entire school division. Our discussions focus on the impacts of our growing enrollment on our school facilities and on planning processes that would best prepare APS for future growth. Our involvement this year, we looked deeply at projections. We wrote you and the county board a joint letter urging long-range planning collaboration after Amazon announced that it would be moving to Arlington. We investigated how data is visualized through looking at maps that and gave feedback to staff on those new kinds of data visualizations. We gave input on MCMM. We made together a statement on elementary school boundaries. We made a recommendation to expand the AFSAP to include a long-range planning piece and also to combine other APS planning processes like instruction and transportation and budget. We had a BLPC liaison to the Ed Center renovation. We had a Common Spaces subcommittee where we looked at our common spaces. You know, as we grow, we don't just need seats. We also need common spaces, and we also looked at common spaces as a way to investigate what we currently have in our inventory, you know, kind of how the schools compare to one another in terms of common spaces. We had a significant discussion on swing space, and we made a recommendation on, we've had discussions about streamlining use permit conditions and processes, and we wrote a letter in support of the county board's code change for eliminating a use permit for putting relocatables on, which I heard passed this weekend, so that's very good. So we come to you this evening with several recommendations. And these are kind of combined from recommendations we've given you throughout the school year, but we're just highlighting them again. On boundary decisions, we urge you to consider adopting a more routine schedule of boundary review and adjustment, one that is responsive to localized and system-wide growth with a goal of maximizing efficiency and ensuring that no single school ends up compromising instruction due to over-enrollment. We also encourage APS to build upon the facilities optimization study and establish a fair and comparable maximum number of students who attend each APS school and identify areas of the county that have an imbalance between the number of proximate elementary students and the number of available neighborhood seats. We encourage, one of the recommendations, we made a recommendation to expand the AFSAP and to create an APS kind of comprehensive plan, or master plan-like document, and we recommend that APS continue with this work and to create the most effective planning tools that best prepare APS for expected enrollment growth while maintaining the high-quality facilities and excellent educational standards we expect of our school system. We recommend that APS continue to work toward the goal of expanding the AFSAP beginning this year and work to become a completed document by 2021. We recommend that some of the work that we focused on this year be included within the AFSAP. The FAC Subcommittee on Common Spaces data, which can be used to inform a revised facilities optimization study, help create criteria or considerations for a facilities needs assessment, and or help define available capacity at APS schools. Include the new maps illustrating projections and location of enrollment growth within the county. Include a capacity and utilization chart showing all 10 years of projections at individual schools. Include a criteria and considerations for swing space, and define educational specifications as they apply to new construction and current facilities. We also recommend continuing to engage in the necessary conversations with the county and with JFAC to engage in the process of establishing collaborative planning tools that best prepare APS and the county for future growth. We recommend beginning the search for sites for new schools and swing space. Given that projections this year estimated a deficit of 2,400 seats at the elementary school level and a 1,000-seat deficit at the middle school level by 2028, it is critical to begin identifying sites for new schools and to consider APS sites that could be repurposed or renovated to add capacity and create amenities for school use. It is also important to identify sites for swing space for elementary schools so that we can renovate, add to, or repurpose our existing facilities. This could either be a temporary space that offers classroom, common space, and outdoor space for up to 600 students, or a space that could potentially become a new school after it is used several times for swing space while other facilities are under construction. We continue to recommend streamlining use permits and conditions. We recommend that APS continue to work with the county to investigate ways to make every process more efficient as APS student enrollment continues to grow. We also reiterate our recommendation to continue efforts to reduce the total time it takes to complete a capital project from 5 years to 4. Our priorities for next year, which I'm handing over to our very capable new chair, John Gambalvo, and vice chair, Colleen Pickford, will be to primarily focus on the upcoming CIP, where they will continue to investigate and examine the elements of our planning processes and tools and ensure that they are effectively and efficiently defining the needs of our growing school division. We will look at the data to help define the facilities needs of our school system and help define priorities as which school level has the highest capacity need and where that need is located in the county. We'll also continue to advise on the expanded AFSAP and provide input and monitor the work to develop a comprehensive APS planning document by 2021. In closing, we encourage the school board to lead the community in acknowledging the pressures of our enrollment growth and continue to do its best to further communication with the public about how this impacts our facilities and our entire school system. The FAC encourages APS to continue to show its work, it's something I repeat often, and to fully explain to the public how and why they reached decisions and why other alternatives were not chosen. I would like to say a special thank you to the staff that we worked with that dedicated so much time and effort to our committee. I mean, we really have an enormous amount of staff support at our meetings. You know, we have John Chadwick, Lisa Stingle, Michael DePalma, Robert Ruiz, Zach Larnard, Jeff Chambers, Jim Meikle, Lionel White, and Michael Frieda are almost all of them are at every meeting. It's really amazing. You know, they come to subcommittee meetings, and you know, really appreciated working with them and their support. We would also like to acknowledge several departing members. Laura Saul Edwards, who served a full 6-year term on the FAC. She served as the FAC liaison to CCPTA, and this year is the FAC liaison to the Lee Highway Community Study. Eric Harold also served a full 6-year term on the FAC. He was the FAC liaison to the South Arlington Working Group, and he was a great informal secretary. He took our meeting notes, which was great. And Lois Kuntz is departing. She served 4 years on the FAC. She was the FAC liaison to the Educational Center renovation, BLPC, and she led the FAC subcommittee on 1,300 high school seats, and she was also the FAC liaison to CCPTA. Really appreciate the work that she did. And 2 other members that who we've had for several years that are also not returning next year are Steve McGuire and Maureen Fange. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Stacy, thank you very much for this informative report, final end-of-the-year report, but particularly for your 2 years of outstanding work as the chair of the FAC. The school board is very grateful for the support and advice we received from you and the FAC, and all the more grateful, of course, because of the rapid growth environment that we have been in and will continue to be in for the next several years. And we're particularly thankful that you will, although you're moving from the chair's position, you will continue to be on the FAC. So thank you again for all that great work.
Well, thank you.
And I think we're looking for the staff response now.
That's right. So, Mr. Chadwick, I know you are going to provide the staff response along with Ms. Stingle. And that is based on the recommendations here that the FAC has provided us.
Yes. Is afterwards. There it is here. So I have been with APS now for 8 years, and I've been involved with the FAC all the way through. And I really feel that we have a very mature advisory council that really works with us. I think provides very valuable advice to the school board and really understands the issues that we face and is able to present them broadly in the community. So we really want to acknowledge our fabulous outgoing chair, Stacy Snyder, and our incoming chair and fabulous vice chair, John Gambalvo, and then Colleen Pickford, who has been with us for some years and is the incoming vice chair. We have some outgoing members who've already been mentioned, but they've all contributed enormously to the work of the FAC. That's Laura Saul Edwards, Maureen Fange, Andrew Greenwood, Eric Harold, Lois Kuntz, and Steve McGuire. And then we have some continuing members, Rosa Cheney, Derek Hutnick, Chandy Kroll, Steve Leutner, Miles Mason, Shelley Ramirez, and Heather Sove. And this evening, you appointed some new members who will join us in the fall. We would like to respond directly to the recommendations, but there were two pieces of information that the FAC touched on in their report that I felt it would be helpful to provide a little more information on. The first one is around Amazon, and this information is actually coming from Ms. Stengel and from Ms. Peterson. And I think it's worth putting it into context. So although Amazon is projected to have an increase to 25,750 people by the time it's completed its presence in Arlington, the figures that we've got and worked out through with the county are that that's about 73 to 98 students countywide per year, with a total of about 730 to 980 over 10 years. That's the projection. The source for that is listed at the bottom, and that's been worked out with our staff, particularly county staff. We don't know what projected enrollment increase will be from businesses that are expanding in Arlington or moving to Arlington because of Amazon. That is really unknown what that will be, although we know that that's happening. The earliest year that Amazon might increase the county revenue and hence increase the revenue share with Arlington, with the schools, is 2023. And the earliest year that Amazon might increase the bonding capacity of APS in the county is 2025. That could change, but that's where we think we are now. The other thing that the FAC touched on that I wanted to expand upon is acknowledging the school board's support for our minor construction major maintenance program and for our infrastructure bonds. When I compare the way that our board supports in the budget maintenance of our buildings, keeping them up, continually improving them, compared to other school divisions is very high. And we really, really do appreciate it. Even in times like we've had this year, we've had severe budget challenges. So I just wanted to remind everyone that what's included in the adopted FY 2020 budget for MCMM, which is minor construction major maintenance, is $2 million, almost $2.4 million for specific projects, and then for specific-wide projects and programs, just over $4 million, for a total of about $6,450,000. So specific projects that will be funded from that include the playground at Tuckahoe, APS's share of a synthetic turf field replacement at Gunston, flooring and painting at ADS, synthetic play fields at Drew, and some HVAC replacement at Long Branch Gym. And then system-wide projects include ongoing ADA compliance, relocatable classrooms that we add every year, theater and gym safety programs, major kitchen equipment upgrades, HVAC controls, and some improvements and replacements of HVAC. The infrastructure bond funds, what we're spending now, because this obviously is within the CIP, a combined $16 million total for replacement, complete replacement of the HVAC systems at Gunston and Randolph. And as you know, we've been doing those over 2 summers. We really sympathize with, particularly at Gunston, where there have been some issues, particularly in the cooling season, which started because we just haven't been able to do enough in 1 summer. We have $2.7 million currently available, $7.2 million sold will be available from July of 2019, and $9.9 million will be available for future projects. The focus will switch from HVAC projects that we've been doing lately to roof replacements over the next few years, because some of our roofs are reaching the point where they either need to be replaced or recoated. And those projects will include new roofs over part of Jefferson, Randolph, ATS, Williamsburg, and then some recoating at Kenmore and Washington Liberty. Now to the specific recommendations. On boundary decisions, we agree with the regular review, and in fact, policy B-2.1 states that a minimum there will be a systematic review of boundaries every 5 years, and staff agrees that boundaries should be reviewed and adjusted more frequently than they have been in the past, given the growth that we're going through. Building on the facilities optimization study, we agree that this is additional data will be very useful when studied in combination with the 10-year projections to look at each school and prioritize them. On the AFSAP long-range plan, we completely agree and have worked with FAC to scope out a plan to move forward in this direction of working towards expanding the AFSAP beginning this year, becoming a long-range facilities plan by 2021. The FAC Subcommittee in Common Spaces requested data that can be used to inform a revised facility optimization study and help create criteria for considerations for a facilities needs assessment and/or help to define available capacity at schools. Staff believes that data already collected for facilities may be linked to data collected for schools to prioritize those existing schools for renovations, additions, and possibly a replacement of existing schools so that they are improved to the standards achieved in our new schools. New maps illustrating projections and location of enrollment growth within the county. We agree with that, and you will remember that Ms. Stengel's team have presented maps which show growth both by quadrants and then by the corridors. And in fact, it appears that the corridors is a really useful way to look at them. The AFSAP, the long-range plan recommendations, capacity and utilization chart showing all 10 years of projections. That this draft of the AFSAP will include capacity and 2 utilization tables. One will be school by school for at least 3 years, and at the aggregate school level through 10 years. So in other words, after we start adding seats, it's really hard to project what the enrollment at the schools is going to be because there are boundary changes that we haven't yet put into effect or don't know what they are yet. And then one that will be school by school for 10 years. Staff will gather input on the usefulness of both tables because capacity utilization by school in the out years cannot reflect additional capacity of new schools or boundary changes. And then criteria and consideration for swing space. I am very pleased indeed that this is getting into the discussion, that we're looking at swing space. You know, we have done that in the past. Nottingham moved to Wilson years ago, and I believe a couple of other schools did the same thing, because we can do renovations and additions or possibly complete replacement of schools much more efficiently when the students are not in the school and with less disruption to daily activities. So on the AFSAP long-range plan, the recommendation to define educational specifications as they apply to new construction and current facilities. We will be working with FAC and the Department of Teaching and Learning to develop a PIP for educational specifications during the school year. We don't have one now. They're mentioned in others, but they deserve their own policy implementation procedure, and we need to reflect and update according to some of the current practices that we've done, including asking the school board to approve the educational specifications on their own, not as part of a design submission. We definitely recommend support the recommendation to continue engaging in necessary conversation with the county and with JFAC to begin the process of establishing collaborative planning tools. And we have, as you know, named Robert Ruiz as the staff liaison to JFAC. On sites, we've been doing great collaboration with the county, and we built 2 new schools on our property and 1 on county property. And it isn't mentioned here, but I did not want to forget to add that the FAC's support of our collaboration with the county to amend and reduce the use permit conditions for our projects has been terrific, and the county staff really worked hard to do that. We saw that on Reed was the first project where we saw that come into effect. And also the collaboration over the zoning amendment to allow us to install relocatable classrooms in most school sites without a use permit. We certainly recommend locating more sites through this process with the county and JFAC, challenging as it is. We expect to see and will definitely support increased collaboration between FAC, JFAC, the county, and APS as we move forward on this, because we all have to work on it together. And we just want to remind everybody, as the FAC supports strongly, that we have to use all of our sites as efficiently or frugally as possible to make sure that we have space and the options for building things in the future that we don't yet know we need. Priorities for capital improvement plan. Yes, we agree the CIP will be the main focus of FAC. We are putting together a plan for the year, which we will, once we put the draft together, we will review with the FAC, and we expect to be discussing the CIP with them at every meeting during the next school year. So we are going to collaborate with FAC throughout this CIP process, which is so critical. Lisa, would you like to talk about the long-range facility plan?
Sure. We've heard a lot from the community that we need to do some work to align more closely with the county's comprehensive plan. And part of the recommendation from FAC was to do some of this work. With them, we've mapped out an outline that begins to do that this year, that the AFSAP begins to add in some elements that are not there, and puts a plan in place for some of those longer-term pieces that we'll continue to add in for the 2021 AFSAP. Really what we're finding is when we're working and collaborating with the county, they've got their comprehensive plan and they all sort of speak the same language. We need to actually adjust and make sure some of our work aligns more closely with them. But we think it's headed in a good direction, and it should set us up for even better sort of coordination with the county.
And I think that is the end. Do we all stand here and answer the question?
Okay, very good. Thank you for the presentation. Board members, do you have questions or comments for either Stacy or for staff on their presentations? Barbara.
Not a question, but I just want to commend the full committee and Ms. Snyder, of course, for your leadership. You have done a tremendous body of work and expanded our work and thinking in many dimensions. Really helped us, with our collaboration with the county, a variety of things. Really terrific work. We've enjoyed working with you.
Thank you. Others? Yeah, Monique?
This might be for Stacy. Stacy, thank you and all of your committee members for their hard work. When you gave us the information about the Buck property, and then I took a look at the presentation you made and the need for swing space, was there any thought about potentially whether or not Buck might be good for swing space?
We had discussed that, but we did have concerns about the amount of money that it would take to convert the office space, which is currently zoned commercial, to school space, and that the two buildings being offered were separated by a building, and that there would not be full facilities. That money did not include a gym. It did not include outside play space. It did not include a full cafeteria. So we aren't making a recommendation. We did have concerns knowing how much capacity we needed to add in the future, that spending that amount of money on what would be a maximum of 600 seats and would also be challenging in terms of instruction and administration with the two buildings being separate. We had concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did want to mention, I'm glad Barbara brought it up, that we often hear about the need from the community, about the need for good very good collaboration with our partners over in the Arlington County government. And this is a classic example of how we are partnering and we are improving the quality of the collaboration of that partnership all the time with our facilities and operations and theirs. Again, thank you all for that because the benefits of this is, shows. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
And next is the annual report from our Budget Advisory Council. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. First, we're going to hear from Mr. Bob Ramsey this evening. He's going to pass along the BAC's recommendations, and I know Ms. Leslie Peterson is prepared for a staff response. So welcome, Mr. Ramsey, and thank you for sitting in, and congratulations on your role next year with the BAC.
All right, thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, Tanya. Nice to see you returned. First, I'd like to thank Leslie for preparing these charts. She's done a faithful job in rendering our report into a set of PowerPoint charts. And I want to quickly digest them. You have both the set of charts to go through. I'm not going to hit all of the points on them. And of course, you have the full document as well to look at. The first thing that I want to do is let you know that our year is always in pretty much 3 phases. The first phase of our year, you can go to the next chart. Oh, I have it.
Yeah. So just push that button when you want to go ahead.
First part of our year is always preparing our committee to offer the advice to the school board, and that's when we educate ourselves on the issues that we anticipate the committee needs to know about that are coming up in the budget. And then the second phase always starts when the budget is released, and that's always a fast and furious part of our year when we look at the budget and we develop and offer advice to the school board and try to do our best to offer some value with what we have learned and what we perceive in the budget and try to give you our best ideas for what your response can be. And then our third part, our third phase in the year is actually what this is part of too, and that's when we review what we've done for the year and we try to determine, well, how did we do in offering the advice? Did we do well? How can we do better? And we're very much interested in learning from you. Did we help? How can we help better next year? Because we do want to be of service to the school board, and we know that it is rather difficult in the short period of the budget season and how fast and furious that always is. We're wanting to make sure that we can offer the best service to you that we can. So we are very anxious to get some feedback from you as to how well we did and how we can do better. In these charts, I think there will be just some boxes over the areas that I want to hit of the highlights and recommendations, so I'm just going to proceed to the ones that have the boxes. Of the recommendations that I want to hit, the areas that I want to discuss with you, estimating future impact of growth on the per pupil costs. We all marvel, I know, that how our costs continue to go up every year. Of course, there are some understandable reasons for the costs going up. Adding 5 schools this year was one particular understandable reason. We want to see if we can't keep per pupil costs going, get those to be arrested so that they don't continue to go up. Some costs should be able to be contained because we will have economies of scale where we have one district serving many more students. So hopefully we'll be able to find ways to contain costs. We want to be able to look at that. We want to be able to look at the planning factors and seeing if there are some efficiencies that we can get. I know that there's, we increased the number of students in classroom sizes this year. We regret that we had to do that, but that was one thing that had to be done this year. And we want to continue to look at other ways of curtailing the growth of cost per pupil. So that's one thing that we want to look at. Partnerships is one thing that we want to look at. Now, these partnerships are external partnerships. We want to look at other community resources that we hope we can bring to bear in partnership with the school district. Things like Northern Virginia Community College, George Mason University, other educational institutions that share educational talent, educational type facilities, things that our school district might be able to take advantage of. We started some discussions with them that we need to continue and that we need to involve members of the school board and members of the professional staff in more thoroughly in this coming year. So we're hoping to develop that further this year. There are other organizations that hopefully can come and provide some services that the school district can benefit from. These are all things that we just started on during the past year that we hope to further develop as external partnerships that the school district can benefit from. One of the things that I've already mentioned is enhancing the value that we provide. I'm hoping that I can talk with each of you and get an idea of how we were able to provide benefit during this past year and get your own ideas of how we can provide benefits going forward. I know, Ms. Van Dorn, you have an idea for budget studies. We want to hear what your ideas for a budget study that will help run. We need to get your ideas specifically, and if there are other ideas that members want to convey, both for instruction to the staff up front for how the budget's going to be developed. That's part of our charter that we don't really exercise, but if there's something up front leading into the development of the budget, we'll certainly do that at the beginning. And then during the year, we'll also work on these budget studies and prepare the committee to study different parts of fiscal issues for the committee to look at in preparation for looking at the budget once it is released next year, too. This is part of the staff response, but I do want to grab one part of this, and that is to acknowledge Dan Roseman's service of 6 years to the committee. Dan was a particularly valuable member of the committee, and I greatly appreciate his service with us on the committee, too.
Bob, do you want Leslie to go on, or do you have some more information for us?
No, I thought there was one other section on the chart, but I see that there is not, so I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I would like to echo Bob's thanks to Dan Rossman for his 6 years of service on the BAC. We'll be sad to see him go. I had a personal connection to Dan as his wife is a theater music director, and although we haven't done many shows together, she and I know each other quite well. I would also like to thank Cecilia Siepelin-Kalin for her leadership this year as the chair. She'll still be remaining on the committee with us next year, but as she is the outgoing chair, her insights will be invaluable as we go through the next year. In talking about the recommendations, I want to say that none of these recommendations were a surprise, to those of us on staff. These were direct results of discussions that we had throughout the year when we talked about budget, not only during the budget process itself, during the budget development, but also during budget development and through the fall when we were getting ready to, and educating everyone on how the budget works. A couple of responses on our growth-oriented budget that talked a lot about strategic planning and structural changes. We agree with that. We've talked about that as an approach that we're going to try to put in force for the 2021 budget. Some of the suggestions from the BAC, we're hoping to incorporate those as we start our budget development process now, actually. The proposed compensation study, the BAC wanted to be a participant in this in some way, and we are going to work with HR on ways that the BAC could provide input into this process, whether that's upfront, talking about what the compensation study should actually be studying, or whether it's on the other end and looking at the results or the path forward, or both. The next 4 recommendations from the BAC really had to do with data and metrics and trying to make sure that we are actually gathering this data and having metrics that we can measure to see how we're doing and whether or not we need to make changes. So we continue to work on that across the board throughout the school division in order to make informed and good decisions about what we're doing and moving forward. Improve communications with the community. We are always welcome. We always are looking for ways to work better with the community, to get more engaged with the community, especially during the budget process. We are happy to work with the BAC at any time on that. We just have to keep in mind that we have some fiscal constraints and we have some staff time constraints. So we have to try to leverage that to make the best choices possible for engagement. And I welcome I'm looking forward to hearing what the BAC's recommendations will be in those areas. Improving the budget document. We are continually improving the budget document and trying to provide as much information as possible with as much transparency as possible, and we will continue to do that. So any specific recommendations that come our way, whether they're from the community or from the BAC or from the board or even from the GFOA or the ASBO reviewing committees, we always want to try to incorporate whatever we can to provide people more information so they can make better decisions and more informed decisions. And then lastly, planning with the county. Obviously, long-term planning with the county is going to be essential as we move through the next several years with our CIP, our budget, with Amazon coming, all of those things. So yes, we agree with that, and that is going to be an essential part of our work, as well as Mr. Chadwick, as he said previously with Ms. Stengel. Long-range planning will be essential. And that is it for me.
Okay, thank you. Are there speakers on this item? No. Board members, do you have questions and comments? Or, do you want to?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to be the Budget Advisory Council liaison, school board liaison for the last 2 years, and so I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for the work that you're doing. I know, Bob, you're here representing the community, and the work that the committee has done really has been exceptional over the last 2 years. I'll be rolling off, and I will miss the meetings, but I know that they're in good hands, and thank you for your work this year as vice chair, working alongside Cecilia, and for your continued work as chair next year. I think it'll be an exciting year, especially with the CIP and budget process in the spring. So I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you, and to, of course, Leslie, who's always engaging the committee and providing the information. It's a wonderful committee, wonderful discussion, very, very good information and feedback that they provide, both the board and staff, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsey. Really, really appreciate the work of the committee and your work. I know that, this year we considered a lot of reductions in our budget. You all considered them. You gave us some great recommendations. You really had those tough conversations. We were fortunate not to have to take most of those, but the fact that you went through that hard process was really helpful, I think, to all of us, that we knew we had some advice that we could count on with that. So really do appreciate it, and I hope that you feel like it was a worthwhile exercise on the part of the committees. I have a few suggestions. You're talking about wanting to, provide us the best advice possible going forward. You mentioned per pupil cost and a growth environment, and I wonder if maybe you could think about really solidifying that in terms of thinking about long-term planning. And, I know Ms. Peterson always provides us a 3-year forecast, but, we have a lot of things happening, and I know our facilities advisory committee's been, they've been looking at enrollment projections and kind of those longer term. And I kind of wonder, I feel like we need a narrative that we can share with the community, and saying that we need to be careful about per pupil costs doesn't really communicate very well to the public. So really an understanding, it's just an idea, you can, an understanding though of what our growth is in the county, what that might mean for revenues. We never know. It's always have to be updated, but just really getting a sense of where we are and what the pressures are, and how this looks going forward for us. I hope that's kind of clear what I'm asking. Do you want me to go on with my other suggestions, Mr. Ramsey?
You've given me a good start.
Okay.
I think Mr. Chadwick had some good points too, I noticed from his charts.
Yeah, it was kind of a nice sequence of conversations. A couple other, I think you talked about the partnerships. I think that is great, and we do have a new, we added an FTE in our budget for someone to be working on partnerships. So that might be someone next year you might want to have a conversation with. These are always things for you to decide, and for Ms. Peterson to see if our staff are available. I wanted to mention that our audit committee suggested that you might be interested in hearing from our school board auditor maybe once a year to kind of learn more about what he's doing, which is, a lot about, quality controls and such, but also he finds little, ideas for cost savings along the way, and it might be something that would interest you, and I think he was pretty open to the idea of visiting with you all. And then finally, I did want to ask you, I know that in the past there's been different levels of engagement between our BAC and the county's FAC, which is FAAC, the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Committee. At one time, anyway, there were liaisons that regularly went to each other's meetings. Are we still doing that? That might be a way, too, to really help share those ideas for collaboration and encourage both, committees to be encouraging each board to pursue some, and to generate ideas for collaboration. Those are my ideas, and if you have any responses to share, that's happy to hear. If you just want to think about those, that's fine too.
Well, I think that's a great idea to invite the auditor to come to one of our meetings. We can follow up on that. I do recall that, we did have some joint meetings with the county FAAC. I guess that did go by the wayside. It's a good reminder.
I think it's a good time,
right,
to reinvigorate that.
Right, we can restart that as well. So I have notes on all of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to follow up on Dr. Cannon's last comment regarding collaboration with the county. I think that we've seen some opportunity this year with a transportation pilot that'll be forthcoming, where that could potentially save us money when it comes potentially down the road when it comes to purchasing, assets like buses, et cetera, if we can utilize and share, the hard assets that they have to help get our students around, that could potentially save us money. The more places that we can find where we can share assets and services across the county that makes sense for us, I think that will be a way for us potentially to address rising costs as our student population continues to grow. So any places where we can find some collaboration, I think the whole county would appreciate that, whether they have students in the schools or not. So I would look forward to seeing any sort of cost-saving measures that bring us closer together with the county. Thank you.
I think some of that outside of the box thinking and, the enthusiasm for that started immediately when we had Kristen come and speak, and I'm very glad that we funded that, that you funded that, that pilot. And that really needs to be illuminated during this first year of demonstration. I think that's going to be very exciting and get a lot of bang for that buck, for that pilot buck, and that's going to be something really, really good to show the community. So I hope you can really shine a light on that and show how that works with the green buses. There's a lot that can be seen from that. So I encourage a lot of publicity during this school year as that gets demonstrated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to finish up?
Sure. I just want to reiterate a thank you again for all the work that the Budget Advisory Council did this year, and also take a quick moment to thank Ms. O'Grady for attending the last couple of meetings while I was on medical leave. I believe she is set to be the next Budget Advisory Council liaison, and I know that you'll be excited to have her representing our board at the meeting. So thank you again.
Thank you again, Bob, for your report and for the committee's efforts in supporting APS, and we look forward to another great year of collaboration and advice from all of you. So thank you again for agreeing to do that. And our final monitoring item tonight is an update on the transgender and gender nonconforming youth policy implementation procedure being developed by staff. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to turn to Dr. Tara Natras here in a minute, and I also see Mr. John Cafferkey, who may be assisting Dr. Natras with this evening's monitoring item. I'd like to kind of make some introductory remarks first and give a little bit of a backdrop. As folks are aware, the school board sets policy. It's the responsibility of the superintendent and staff to follow through with that policy, and we do that here in Arlington with our policy implementation procedures, better known as PIPs. So this evening we're bringing this forward after we've gone through an engagement process. But this morning I met with a group of citizens who had expressed some additional concerns to me and to Dr. Natras about how we were moving forward with this particular PIP. And so I want to acknowledge that we did meet this morning. And I also want to acknowledge that through our conversation, I heard a variety of large themes. One of those themes was that we needed additional time to allow us to come to some consensus around what was happening. And coupled with that, there needed to be some type of additional engagement which would create a greater degree of understanding. And so I appreciated this morning's meeting. I thought we had a positive dialogue. I thought it was very productive. I also recognize that I did communicate to the folks in attendance that we needed to establish some consistency as we prepared for the start of the new school year in September. And we also needed to put some guidelines in place, which we have done with other PIPs that we've put in place. And I'm going to let Dr. Natras talk a little bit more about that. But I did want to communicate that we want to work with all groups as far as in developing those guidelines. We believe that that can happen between now and the start of school. But I also see the urgency and the need for us to be able to move forward with this particular PIP. So I give that sort of as a backdrop. Dr. Natras, I know your team has done a lot of work here over the last several months with this particular PIP. And so if you could give the board a little bit of an overview, and then we can move forward from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you and good evening. Before I jump into this, I do want to thank some of the members of our team who are here this evening, who have been a key part of this work as we have taken a lot of the resources that we will talk about this evening and work through the process collaboratively. So thank you all for being here this evening as we go through where we are with the PIP. So as you all know, the board currently has a policy. It is policy J2, student equal educational opportunities and non-discrimination. This policy does state that we will provide equal educational opportunities and learning environments that are free of discrimination, including harassment on the basis of many things. This evening, we are going to be speaking specifically about gender identity, and the policy goes on to state that no student shall be denied equal access to educational or extracurricular programs, activities, services, or benefits, or be limited in the exercise of any right, privilege, or advantage. We also go on to state in the policy that APS shall design its educational facilities, programs, and activities from an equity-based perspective to meet the varying needs of all students. And so, as you all know, back in September, the school board included the transgender youth policy in its 2018-19 priorities. Since that time, we have really started the work on this in January. There had been some conversation about it back in the fall, but the work didn't really begin until January, and you can see many of the key milestones. We were provided with some suggestions for the policy from a group, the Arlington Gender Identity Allies, similarly to the way that we get recommendations for various policies and PIPs from different groups as we are working through that process. We did also have a school board work session on equity, inclusion, and the transgender youth policy together back in February. And it was decided in February that rather than a standalone policy, that we would write policy implementation procedures aligned with the policy. We then pulled together a staff team, as we have done with many of our other policies, as we did for the acceptable use policy last year as we were building it, and as you've heard for several other policies throughout the year. We pulled together a staff team that included teachers, administrators, counselors, our athletics department, and various other staff members to really go through what are the key elements that need to be included in the policy implementation procedures. You can see a lot of the resources that we referenced back in March and that we have referenced since that time as we have gone through multiple iterations of the PIP. We did review most prominently the transgender students in schools frequently asked questions that is provided by the National School Boards Association that provides guidance for staff and school boards across the country. We have looked at district policies and guidelines from Anne Arundel County, Boston Public Schools, the District of Columbia Public Schools, Frederick County, Maryland, the Los Angeles Unified School District, Seattle Public Schools. We've reviewed two Dear Colleague letters from the Department of Justice, one from 2016 and then one from 2017 that actually rescinded the guidance from 2016. And then we did also review the GLSEN Model School District Policy on transgender and gender nonconforming students. We then drafted the PIP. After the initial PIP was drafted, we gathered input from a variety of staff groups and advisory groups, and then we also did put out a community questionnaire in June. That questionnaire was open-ended. One of the things that we were seeking was to get information on each one of the sections and to allow community members to provide input on each one of those elements so that we could then use that input to go back to the PIP to determine what revisions may need to be made. We reviewed that input. We did make some revisions. You'll see some revisions in the PIP this evening. It's about, I want to say, the third or fourth iteration that's coming forward. We did also consult and complete a review from our legal counsel, and we're now bringing it forward as a monitoring report. So I want to talk through several of the key components of the PIP itself. Before we jump in to the components, I actually want to read the beginning of this. It states that it is the responsibility of each Arlington Public Schools staff member to ensure all students, including transgender students, have safe, supported, and inclusive school environments. And one of the things that we have looked at is the American Academy of Pediatrics and some of the information that they provide on this particular topic. And I think it's important, as we are talking about policy and we're talking about implementation of policy, that we make note that actually 56% of youth who identify as transgender have thought about suicide, and that 31% have made a suicide attempt. And so when we think about the why for this, and we think about our role in ensuring that our transgender students have safe, supported, and inclusive school environments, that's an important thing to consider. I think it's also important, one of the things that the American Academy of Pediatrics also cited in 2018 was a national survey that said 54% of transgender students have been verbally harassed in school, 24% have been physically assaulted, and 17% have left school because of the ways that they were treated. They also then went on to say that a lack of policies is associated with an increased report of victimization. And so one of the things that school districts can do is to put some things in place to provide for those additional protections. And so you see that in the districts that we referenced earlier with some of the same things that we are going to talk about for the policy implementation procedures for APS. The other piece that I want to highlight is that we have said that the procedures in this document will be disseminated to staff through administrative processes, and Dr. Murphy also already alluded to this, and also through specific guidelines. So in our wellness PIP, for example, that hits all kinds of things from recess guidelines to our air quality to our food and nutrition guidelines, we actually included in that PIP a link to our food allergy guidelines because there's specific elements that we want to make sure we have in place for our staff to follow. And so this PIP doesn't actually get at those specific guidelines. So what does this look like on a practical level in schools? And so one of our recommendations with this is that we will create those specific guidelines because it is important that we have consistency across our schools when we're talking about supporting our students. And so this doesn't get into some of that specificity because first we have to say, here are the key things that we're going to be doing. So within the PIP, we have included the couple of definitions. The definition of gender identity that is provided by the American Psychological Association, as well as transgender as defined by the National School Boards Association. We then go on to talk a little bit about bathrooms and locker rooms. I want to note within this particular section that we are saying that single-user, gender-neutral facilities will be made available to all users who seek privacy. So not just our transgender youth, but for any student who wants privacy for whatever reason. The co-curricular and extracurricular activities, including athletics, we reference here for our middle schools do not participate in VHSL. We do have some sports that correlate with the VHSL. And so what we have said within our particular PIP is that we will follow the regulations by the Virginia High School League as well as the Virginia Scholastic Rowing Association. That's the agency for our crew teams. for our middle school athletic teams as well. And so if you actually review those guidelines, what they talk about is that you have to, students can participate based on their gender identity. There is a process for that through the VHSL. And so the principal would work with the student to complete the application process through the agency for that process. We talk a little bit about dress code, basically saying that dress code applies to all students, and that we will be mindful of not having gender-specific dress codes within any of our school and student handbooks. We do also speak to extended instructional field trips and athletic events. This is similar to some of what we have regarding the bathrooms and locker rooms, and we have stated here that any student who is uncomfortable sharing a sleeping area, shower, bathroom, etc., will be provided with a designated safe, non-stigmatizing alternative. We then go on to speak about names, pronouns, and classroom records, and that we do assert that students have the right to be addressed by their names and pronouns that correspond to their gender identity, and that we will work with staff to make sure our classroom records indicate the pronoun and name that students have indicated. And then finally, we talk about privacy and educational records. We did get a lot of input from the community on this particular section around a paragraph that spoke to some of the communication with families. And so you'll note in this iteration of the policy implementation procedures that we have removed that paragraph. So this section really speaks to the guidelines from FERPA and making sure that we are following those. We are stating in this that a student's transgender status is confidential, personally identifiable information, so we would protect that the way that we protect all of our other personally identifiable and medical information. We then also speak to, in this section, the changes to permanent records for students following the process that's actually already outlined in a couple of our other policies. So that is a quick look at our policy implementation procedures. And
Thank you, Dr. Natras. I appreciate that presentation. Melanie, do we have any speakers?
We do have a few. We do have, I believe, 40 speakers, and as Mr. Goldstein announced at the beginning, we do allow students to speak first. So I want to invite students to come up. I do have a list of speakers who've turned in slips, and the first four are students who've identified themselves as such that want to speak. So if we can start with Grace, Emery's, Jordan, and Emerson, that would be great. And any other students who want to speak can come up and speak after these four, and then we'll get to the adults.
And before the speakers start, I'd just like to remind everyone, just as a point of edification and clarification, that as Dr. Murphy said, this is a PIP, this is an implementation procedure that staff prepares and implements in response to the policy that the board approved. Board does not approve or disapprove this PIP, so you know, if your remarks include vote for, vote against, approve, disapprove, please recall that that's not going to happen tonight. So without further ado, we're going to hear from
Grace Lehman.
Grace, and we would appreciate it if the audience could refrain from applauding. Thank you.
All right, you can begin.
Hi, I'm Grace, but this is not my story. It is my friend's. She wrote a speech to tell everyone. Here it is. Hello, my name is Griffin. I am 9 years old. I am a third grader in Arlington Public School. I am a transgender girl. I would like to say thank you to APS for supporting me and all other transgender and non-binary students by writing these guidelines. Once the PIP is done, I will feel safer and more comfortable and better understood. It feels good to know that as long as I am an APS student, I will be treated just like any other girl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening and making your remarks.
All right, do we have Emery's Jones now?
Hi. Hi, my name is Emrys Jones. I'm a rising junior at Yorktown High School, and I identify as transgender, non-binary, and my pronouns are they, them. I really support this equity PIP because it would very personally impact me and a lot of my friends, and I have firsthand experience about what it's like to be trans in APS, and while there's a lot of good stuff happening, there is also some stuff that having a PIP would definitely help to make more consistent and overall safer and more supportive. One thing that kind of is my main thing is that when I was trying to use a bathroom at Yorktown, there was a teacher who didn't want me to use that bathroom, and so she said I couldn't. But then when I went, if she wasn't there, I could use that bathroom. And that was something that just changed day to day. And if there was a policy that said you can't deny a student access to a certain bathroom, then that would really help most students in Arlington that identify as transgender. Another thing that I need to, do I have time? Okay. One of my friends who goes to WL had a very bad experience with a substitute teacher who, while wearing a they/them pronoun pin, was told that their pronouns disgusted the substitute, which is very upsetting because if that happened to me at school, I would just be very upset. That's not acceptable for staff members to tell students. I just like to say that we need a policy like this PIP, and it has to happen during the school year because to ensure transgender students have a safe and supportive school environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
All right, next is Jordan Funk.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Funk, and I'm a transgender sixth grader from Kenmore Middle School. I'm glad that I live in Arlington, as it is a more progressive place, but I'm still denied the same things other boys get. I have to use a single-stall bathroom and change in a separate facility. All I really want is to be like all of the other boys at my school and to fit in. It's awkward to have to use separate facilities. And as for my name and pronouns, some substitutes call me by my preferred name. One even wrote my pronouns down next to my name on the roster. But then there are other substitutes who refuse to call me by my chosen name and pronouns. I actually had one substitute who, well, I said my preferred name, and then she said that I shouldn't go by that name, like changing your name isn't right, but then I said that I'm transgender, and then she proceeded to tell me how being transgender isn't okay. I quote from the PIP Transgender Students in Schools draft. Every student has the right to be addressed by names and pronouns that correspond to the student's gender identity. Something is up here. This is 2019. Also, this is just a draft. Shouldn't being called by your name and pronouns be a human right, one that we've had for years? This isn't even in place yet. And I know some people just won't get the concept of being transgender or won't agree with it, but everyone should understand the concept of respecting others. It's really difficult to have to go through so much every day that most people will never have to deal with. I really think we should go through with this draft to make Arlington Public Schools a more accepting place for transgender and gender nonconforming students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
Hi, I'm Emerson Parker. I'm a rising senior at HP Woodlawn.
And I support the wow, my hair is not getting out of my face. Here we go. I support the transgender and gender nonconforming youth PIP. APS should not delay in the implementation of the PIP. I believe that the PIP should be in effect by the first day of school in the fall, and I believe that all students should feel accepted in their schools. I'd like to thank the board for their leadership and commitment to every single student. I said that sentence correctly. I'd like to thank the board for their commitment to every APS student. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Thank you for your thoughts.
All right. You be sure to give your name too. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Quincy Dubois, and I'm a rising senior at Wakefield. I'd like to first say that it warms my heart to see so many friendly faces here tonight. So I've been publicly out as transgender for more than 3 years, and over that time I've done a lot. None of that, from visiting churches throughout the American South to spread a message of love and acceptance to singing and marching in this year's Pride Parade through a shooting scare, made me quite as anxious as going to school every day as myself. I know a young transgender man whose parents pulled him out of Arlington Public Schools shortly after he came out because of the stress of his experiences coming out to teachers, staff, and classmates. In other words, I'm not alone in feeling like that. I consider myself lucky. I have the most supportive parents I could ever ask for, a close support system of friends in and outside of Arlington, and the resources and good fortune to pursue medical treatment. Not everybody has that. Still, I feel a constant pressure to hide myself from view. Among other things, I used to miss a lot of classes. I would find myself struggling to choose between the shame and self-doubt of using the women's restroom and the strange looks and potential questions I might face from using the men's room. The solution, more often than not, was to wait. That's how it feels to be a transgender teenager for a lot of people. Lots of waiting. Waiting to come out, waiting to be accepted by family, waiting to transition, and waiting for their communities to come around and to support them, not despite, but because of who they are. Please, for the sake of your students, their parents, and Arlington itself, make the right decision tonight and end the waiting. Thank you.
Quincy, thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
All right, is that the last of our students?
I'll pretend to be a student.
Are you Diane Schwartz?
I am Diane Schwartz. Good evening. I'm an APS parent, and I support the draft PIP, but it needs to be changed to state that bathrooms should be conveniently located. No one should have to go far to reach an appropriate facility. And I urge APS to finalize the PIP so it's in place when students come back in September. Now I'll read a statement on behalf of an APS family who can't be here because they are celebrating their trans daughter's 5th grade promotion. I'll refer to their daughter as Kay for safety reasons. Kay first came out to us in 2nd grade as transgender. As a parent, you're rarely prepared for what to expect, and that increases 100-fold when you learn this about your child. When Kay said, quote, "Whenever I have to act like a boy, I feel like something inside of me is locked up," unquote, I knew this wasn't a passing phase. We're so fortunate to have had help at Kay's school from her counselor and certain teachers. They've been respectful and supportive and done everything they can to help make school a safe place for Kay to grow and learn. But at first, Kay dealt with bullying, school staff who purposely misgendered her even after being counseled about their behavior, and she frequently waited all day to use the bathroom so she didn't have to go at school. As time passed, with the school addressing the concerns specific to Kay's experience as a transgender girl, we saw her gain confidence about being her true self, and we're thankful. But not every transgender child has such a positive experience at APS. Without a PIP to educate and guide those who don't understand our children yet, our kids are at higher risk for bullying, self-harm, and more, outcome no parent wants for their child. APS needs this proposed PIP now to protect every single kid. Do not delay. Be strong. We thank APS and the school board for putting Arlington schools on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lorelei Brown. You've met me. You've met my family. I just want to talk about what kind of year it's been for Grace. It's been kind of a transitional year. As you can see, Grace is not very fond of the closet. Yeah. We've had to work a lot with school, and we've found that the work with the board has allowed our principal and our teachers take the tone from the top and be able to do the right thing. And Grace has been really fortunate. You've heard a lot of students over the past couple of years, and here tell some stories that got me, frankly, a little bit choked up of what can go wrong, of how to do this the wrong way. I want to talk about what happened for us that was right, and think about what could happen if we kept on going. How is this PIP going to help us better in 2020 and help us to serve about my favorite thing, teaching every student every day? So when Grace came to us and she told us, when they told us that they were non-binary, we first went to the teacher. And the teacher didn't even know what gender non-binary was. Frankly, neither did we, but we had an incentive to learn really quickly. But the first thing that the teacher asked us for was training. And they pledged their love and their support and their safety. They took the tone from the top of what Arlington Public Schools is about. The teacher did send us to our school counselor. Our school counselor also does not really know anything at the start about transgender children or gender nonconforming children or gender non-binary children, but the counselor went out and took it upon herself to learn things, to set up a social group that has given our students a strong social safety net so that they have role models in each other and has united all of us parents. So we've become stronger as family units, as better students, and we've seen incredibly successful outputs. But imagine what could have happened if that counselor had access to more resources and be able to attend conferences. Finally, at the end of the year, we had a really brief audience with our principal, and her question was just, how can I get more resources, more training? So let's hope the PIP does better in 2020. Thank you all for your attention and help this year.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening.
And as Mr. Lehman comes up, we'll call the next 4 speakers, and if you'd like to, it would be helpful if you'd line up by the door to move through. So after him will be Emily Vincent, Melissa Wadman, Will Bolin, and Betsy Rosenblatt-Rosso. Thank you, sir.
I want to thank the board again for hearing our comments on this. And as I talk about my reasons for supporting the PIP, I want to talk particularly about what the stakes are. We heard this earlier, but studies have shown that the biggest factor in whether gender nonconforming kids are at risk of self-harm, of suicide, is whether they have acceptance. And acceptance looks like not being misgendered by your teachers. Acceptance looks like being able to participate in the full run of activities that a school provides in a way that fully respects your gender identity. And yes, acceptance means being able to use a bathroom without fear of humiliation or intervention by people that do not know you. A problem, by the way, which exists for many gender nonconforming kids, regardless of whether they are using a restroom that corresponds with how they are assigned at birth. I want what every parent wants for their child. I want acceptance for my child, Grace, who you met earlier. I want what every parent should want for every child here. I want acceptance for the children that attend Arlington Public Schools, ours and everyone's. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening.
Ms. Vincent?
Good evening. Thank you to the school board and APS for supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students. I am the parent of 3 cis children, and I want them to be educated in a school district that supports and affirms transgender and gender nonconforming students, as I do for students of color, economically disadvantaged students, students who are learning English as a second language, students with disabilities, and students of any marginalized group. I am moved by the community members who tell me that their students and families would be at risk if they spoke out publicly about their student's status and experience as a transgender person. I trust that even though I haven't had that experience, they speak the truth. Based on recent reporting in the DMV area, deadly violence towards transgender people is increasing. Hate crimes have increased significantly in the last 2 years, both locally and nationally. Arlington County schools have the opportunity to be a model of inclusion, protection, and affirmation for all of our students in a way that centers equity. This means that every student receives what they need and deserve, including basic necessities like conveniently located single-stall gender-neutral bathrooms. The PIP affirming transgender and gender nonconforming students is essential for the safety and privacy of students. Their gender identity does not pose a risk or danger to other students. The Student Equal Education Opportunities Non-Discrimination Policy already includes gender identity or expression in its list of protected statuses, so bringing the PIP in line with the policy is the appropriate and necessary step to take. Please implement this PIP before students return to school in September. Thank you.
Emily, thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
All right, Ms. Wadman's next.
Hi, I just wanted to start with a quote from Andrew Solomon, the author. Parenting involves two separate activities. You have to change your child in that you need to educate your child, but you also need to celebrate your child for who he or she is and make them feel really good. I am the parent of two cisgender children, and I am very comfortable with my children attending school in a district that affirms, supports, and protects transgender and gender nonconforming students. I would like to ask APS and the school board to please finalize the PIP as soon as possible so that staff can be trained before the fall, and to please make gender-neutral bathrooms conveniently located for students, not far away from classes or lockers. This quote is from Laura Jane Grace of the band Against Me, who happens to be transgender. And that's really what it's all about, is that transgender people deserve the right to happiness and to exist and be protected under the law as equally as everyone else does. Having access to health care, having access to not being discriminated against for jobs, for housing, these are just basic human rights that everyone deserves. And no one's asking for any special treatment. It's just being able to exist and do what makes you happy. I want all students, no matter what, to feel comfortable and supported in their lives, and especially in their school environments. Thank you to APS and the school board for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you for your comments this evening and taking the time to come in.
Good evening. Hi, I'm a parent to two elementary school students here in APS, both of whom are in youth sports, and I'm here tonight as a sports coach, where I coach also in Arlington Little League, have done so in Arlington Soccer Association, and with the Arlington Rec Basketball Program. I give my wholehearted endorsement to APS for the speedy and thorough implementation of the PIP regarding transgender and nonconforming students, including in athletics, and in accordance with the Virginia High School League rules. Just as Michael Jordan had God-given ability to excel in basketball, each and every child has abilities that lend themselves to their chosen sport. A child who identifies as a different gender than they were assigned at birth should not be excluded from participating in athletics for the gender with which they identify. To me, athletics from elementary school through high school are about building confidence, being part of a team, and having fun. The talent to turn a sport into a college scholarship is extremely rare, and those youths will distinguish themselves through hard work. We should not deny anyone that opportunity. I would gladly welcome any trans or gender nonconforming athlete to play on my team. Whether they face difficulties in the rest of their lives, at least they would find respite and respect on the field and court.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in this evening and sharing your comments with us.
Good evening, members of the school board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Betsy Rosenblatt Rosso, and I have lived in Arlington for 22 years. I have two children in Arlington Public Schools, and I've been a school volunteer for several years and an occasional substitute teacher. The summer after 5th grade, my daughter's best friend came out to her as non-binary and later as transgender. I know the evolution of their identity was not out of the blue, it was not on a whim, and it was certainly not easy. Thankfully, their parents have been supportive and their school has helped ease the transition. People have asked me how my daughter reacted to her friend's transition. My daughter has not missed a beat in her unconditional love and support of her friend. The only thing that's changed is my daughter is now incredibly well informed about the LGBTQIA+ community, and she is quick to correct me if I accidentally use the wrong pronouns. I'm glad my 6-year-old son has also had the opportunity to learn about gender diversity. He creates elaborate family structures with his collection of stuffed animals. Some are straight, some are LGBTQ. This little purple sloth is named River, and he is female to male trans, and my son decided this on his own. He gets it. I know a lot of LGBTQIA+ kids, some of whom are trans, and a lot of friends from my Unitarian Universalist church and the wider community who have adult kids who are trans. They all have their own unique stories of recognizing their gender identities, but I know in every case, these identities did not develop out of the blue or on a whim. It's not easy to come out and live as who you know you are inside when that isn't how you've presented before. It's so important for APS to train teachers to support trans youth and ensure schools foster an accepting and inclusive climate. These are critical factors in reducing the high risk of attempted suicide among LGBTQIA youth. Trans youth and adults are often on the receiving end of bullying and assault. They are not perpetrators. Trans youth and adults are not pretending or dressing up as another gender so they can harm others or have an advantage in sports. I support the PIP.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Michelle Cottrell-Williams, a teacher at Wakefield High School, the 2017 Arlington Public Schools Teacher of the Year, the 2018 Virginia State Teacher of the Year, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm here tonight to publicly express my support for my friends, family, and community members who are trans or gender nonconforming. I am proud of APS for being willing to officially validate and affirm the existence of our gender nonconforming students. All people deserve to feel safe and to know that they belong. As public educators, we are obligated to provide these safe, inclusive learning environments for every child who walks through our doors, regardless of their race, gender, sexuality, immigration status, family income, religion, ability, or any other aspect of their identities. Many of our students, including my own 2 children, are lucky enough to get to see their identities regularly reflected in the stories they read, the shows they watch, and in the communities in which they live. It is our responsibility to ensure that our students who do not often see themselves represented in these ways know that they also have value. I know that when one is accustomed to having their own reality centered, it can feel oppressive to let others share in the experience of being seen and valued. Rest assured, though, that our trans and gender nonconforming neighbors are not out to get anyone. In my experience with members of this community, they merely want to live their truth in peace and leave others to do the same. I choose to live my life with compassion for others, to be inclusive and welcoming. I myself have been the other at times. I am proud of APS for being willing to stand.
Michelle, thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Good evening. My name is Emily Sexton, and I am the parent of 2 children who attend Arlington Public Schools. I have an elementary schooler and a high schooler. And both of my children identify as cisgender, which is something that we know because we talk about it. It's not assumed in our household. It's very important. This issue is so important to me that I have come to my first school board meeting tonight and sat through a lot of very interesting things I would never have experienced had I not, because I think it is vitally important that we support our trans and non-binary students. I've heard some criticisms of this PIP that it was informed by groups who represent trans and non-binary students, which seems to me the only thing that actually makes sense. These are the people who are living with these rules. These are the people who are living with staff members and teachers who don't understand who they are, who don't understand how to use the correct pronouns, who don't understand what these kids are going through. And most of us are never going to really understand what these kids are going through because we are cisgendered too. But we can be empathetic and we can do everything that we can to make their lives and their school a more welcoming and wonderful place for them. Sorry. As others have noted, it is of vital importance that kids have access to restrooms, to locker rooms, to activities where they are welcome and able to be themselves and experience their schools, their school life with their friends and their peers. I, as the parent of cisgendered children, I have no concerns, they have no concerns about sharing these experiences with their trans and non-binary classmates. So please, everything we can do to get this passed before the beginning of the next school year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Vanderbilt, and I'm the parent of 2 children in the Arlington Public School System. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker specializing in the treatment of trauma and attachment disorders. First, I'd like to thank the school board for their support of this policy implementation procedure. The district has had a non-discrimination policy that covers trans and gender nonconforming children for years, and it's high time this policy is implemented in a standardized way across all our schools. While gender dysphoria and the resulting anxiety, stress, and potential depression are not my area of specialization, I've had the opportunity to work with several children who have experienced all of these symptoms, and I've seen the results of a child being consistently misgendered and thus invalidated on a core level, both in the home and at school, and it's devastating. By implementing these procedures, Arlington will join tens and maybe hundreds of school districts across the country who already have policies and procedures in place, including places right next door like Anne Arundel, District of Columbia, Frederick County, Montgomery County, and just this year, Baltimore City. The procedures included in this PIP will unequivocally save lives and ensure that all children are able to both arrive at school being fully accepted and supported in who they are, and engage in what to me is the absolute magic of public education. So thank you again for supporting the implementation of these procedures without delay.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening.
Good evening. My name is Pat Vinkness. As a parent of a recent Yorktown grad, a member of the Superintendent's Committee on Equity and Excellence, and an Arlington voter, I strongly support the PIP and urge you to implement it as soon as possible and certainly in time for school start in September. As we struggle with our achievement gap, one constant issue is a toxic environment in some of our schools for some of our students. This PIP, along with longstanding county policy, will lessen some of this toxicity. It sends a message to our young trans and non-binary students who live in daily fear of being bullied for what they are. They can find comfort knowing adults in the room support them and will protect them. I applaud you for developing this draft and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening.
Oops, getting the volume. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Peter Anderson. I've been a middle school English teacher for 10 years, the last 5 of which have been spent at Thomas Jefferson Middle School. I support the full implementation of PIP J2. First, I want to briefly set some context. A simple Google search tells a patchwork story of some of the transphobic violence currently taking place in North America. Increased surveillance of and violence against trans folk in ICE's detention camps along the border. New proposals by the Department of Housing and Urban Development to strip protections for trans people at DC's homeless shelters. Guidelines to make it easier to deny medical care to trans patients. Exclusion from the armed forces. Elevated murder and suicide rates across the country. And in our schools, trans students are verbally and physically harassed on a consistent basis. As a middle school teacher, I see some of this harassment firsthand. Refusal to work with trans students in groups, social ostracization. When students pick on kids who are different from them, they're reflecting and replicating the hate, bias, and intolerance around them. APS is no exception. Many trans students in our schools and under our care are bleeding out, metaphorically and literally. The guidelines in this PIP can help begin the process to staunch some of the flow. This PIP is a way for APS to put its money where its mouth is and make its schools less harmful places for trans students to learn, to read, to write, and to grow. I've heard some folks say that this might have an adverse effect on teachers by placing an undue burden on us. Any teacher who says this would be wise to find another profession. It is one of our duties to help students make sense of themselves and their world. For those teachers and community members who are made uncomfortable by trans kids, it's time to do some soul searching and figure out how to recognize and rectify your intolerance, because the research is clear. Multiple studies from peer-reviewed journals all came to the same conclusion. There's no evidence that allowing transgender folks to use the bathroom or locker room of their gender identity creates any increase in safety risks. Our trans students cannot afford to wait for some of the community to unburden themselves of their prejudice. There's too much good and necessary work for them to do.
Thank you for your comments this evening, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Dubois, and I'm an APS parent of a cisgender child and a transgender child who spoke earlier this evening. I'm not here tonight to speak to you or to the administration because your support has been clear and we're grateful for it, although we do urge you to quickly implement the PIP. I'm also not here to speak to the parents who oppose the modest protections for trans kids outlined in J2. Instead, I'm here to speak to parents who are struggling. It can be scary when your child identifies as trans or non-binary, because we know that trans kids suffer higher rates of suicidality and bullying and lower rates of school attendance and participation and performance. The good news is that studies also show that family and school acceptance can have a life-saving impact. That's why implementing the PIP without delay is critical. You don't have to understand every step of your child's journey to be supportive. Chances are your kid hasn't figured it all out either. But we do know that our children, your children, are listening, and that being unsupportive and negative can have enormous and damaging consequences. Being afraid is no excuse for being unsupportive. Even if you don't have a child who is trans or non-binary, I guarantee you that you know one. And I guarantee that they are among the bravest people you will ever meet. I know that mine is. I challenge you to open your hearts, reach out, ask questions, talk to your doctor, come to a meeting. It's Arlington, there are tons of meetings. Our children's lives, their safety, and their happiness depends upon it. Thank you very much.
Susan, thank you very much for coming to this meeting.
Good evening. My name is Gary Wynn. I am the father of two children attending Drew Elementary. They are 6 and 5. I'm here on their behalf. I'm also here on behalf of my experience as a psychiatrist who has worked with transgender individuals and also with individuals in the LGBTQIA+ community in the United States military. I have worked with them before Don't Ask, Don't Tell and after Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I worked with them before the repeal of the prohibition against serving while transgender, after, and now, again, though we're not really clear where we're at. Policy matters. Implementing it matters. Time matters. Soon matters. I cannot stress that enough. I have dealt with suicidal patients. I have dealt with people who are just completely at odds with themselves over the fact that policies don't understand their self within the community writ large. So I just want to throw my hat in the ring. I look like I'm out of time.
Forgot to.
Thank you very much. Oh, did you not run the timer? I was that excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your comments with us this evening.
Is Mr. Rigby here? Oh, there he is. I didn't see him behind the post.
Good evening. I'm reading this for a parent who was unable to speak tonight. In regards to the J2 PIP you are discussing tonight, some people have raised concerns about FERPA protections usurping their rights. I would like to share an example of why this is important for those who may not understand. My daughter's friend's stepfather has beaten her so badly that she has ended up in the hospital twice. As he beats her, he calls her she-male and it. Parents have the right to protect their children, yes. Parents do not have the right to abuse their children. Even if one parent out of hundreds reacts this way, it is one too many, and Arlington Public Schools cannot and should not be required to inform a parent of a child's transgender status against that child's wishes, knowing that their very safety may be at risk. Thank you for listening.
Robert, thank you for coming in this evening.
Ms. Connolly?
My name is Haru Connolly, and I'm the mom of a cisgender son who is a WL 2018 graduate and also the mom to Emrys Jones. I'm very proud of Emrys, who has worked very hard to advocate at Yorktown for transgender students, not only for the ones who are out at school and at home, but those who are not. They think of everyone. There I go. Yorktown, under Bridget Loft's leadership, has been very supportive of transgender students, but there are limitations. She can't fix everything on her own. Without a PIP, there is no consistent guidance. Procedures vary from school to school and even teacher to teacher, and guidance has to come from here. For example, I applaud APS for allowing students and parents to write in a designated gender and name in the student record. However, that information populates various forms very inconsistently. And when the designation is visible, many members of staff don't know what to do with that. There has not been sufficient training. The PIP will help ensure that there is consistency in procedures not only across schools, but also within schools. Importantly, it will allow transgender students to just be students without worrying about these little things, such as where to go to the bathroom or these pronouns, which are actually big things in the daily experience of life. Do not delay the implementation of the PIP. Transgender students have waited long enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your comments with us.
I'm reading comments as submitted by Francoise Hahn. I am both a parent of 2 APS students and an APS employee. I want to add my voice to the many urging you to adopt the J2 PIP without delay. The non-discrimination policy already exists. That is not up for debate. But enacting policies to ensure that this non-discrimination policy is implemented in a uniform way across all schools is vital and must not be delayed. Whether people like it or not, transgender and gender nonconforming students exist, and they deserve to feel valued, safe, and respected. Both as a parent and in my classroom, I have encountered transgender and gender nonconforming students at every grade level and in just about every classroom. These students are an important part of our community, and it is our duty as a school system to ensure that every student is treated equitably, equally, and made to feel comfortable. Someone else's discomfort or religious views does not negate the school's responsibility to these students. APS is a public school system which has stated its intent not to discriminate. Without the PIP, however, students have to settle for the luck of the draw as to whether a particular school or a particular teacher will handle a situation appropriately. Any student should be able to go to any school and expect to be able to use a bathroom, have records that reflect their identity, wear a uniform that they feel comfortable in, and not be misgendered or publicly humiliated. It should be part of every child's educational experience to learn that the world is made up of many different types of people and to accept and treat everyone with dignity. In fact, that may be the most important lesson we can teach them. In my experience, most children are very accepting and loving. Hate is something that is taught, but it shouldn't be taught at APS. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlington County Schools Board, for working to update your policies to protect your vulnerable students. I'm a licensed clinical social worker at a local mental health facility, and over my years working, I have seen a dramatic increase in the number of transgender and gender nonconforming teens. In a way, I see this as a positive. According to a 2016 study by the Williams Institute, as much as 0.6% of the population identifies as transgender, and it seems that more teens than ever are finding the words to put to their experience and the courage to communicate this with their families and beyond. That said, these teens are disproportionately represented in our mental health facilities. Transgender individuals have some of the highest suicide and suicide attempt rates. The Williams Institute study found that nearly half of all transgender individuals have attempted suicide. Per the study, experiences of harassment, discrimination, violence, and rejection may interact to produce a marked vulnerability to suicidal behavior in transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. I see your efforts here as literally working to protect the lives of our students by decreasing their stressors and risk factors. The science is very clear. Discrimination policies kill children. That is not something any of us want on our hands. Thank you for working to protect our students.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening, sharing your comments with us.
Good evening. My name is Simone Walker. I have 2 cisgender students in middle school, a 13-year-old son and an 11-year-old daughter. I'm a cisgender female and a woman of faith. I'm here to emphasize my family's support for the APS Transgender and Nonconforming Youth Policy Implementation Plan. I want to thank the school board for its unwavering support of our trans youth with this PIP. I also want to urge you to forge ahead with this PIP as soon as practicable. Single stall, there is no reason to delay this PIP. However, neutral bathrooms should be accessible and conveniently located for all students to use. I'm comfortable having my children educated in a school district that supports and affirms transgender and gender nonconforming students. I've explained the policy to my children. I've polled each one individually without giving them my own view. And they feel comfortable and safe being educated in a school that supports and affirms their transgender and gender nonconforming schoolmates. There's no legitimate reason to delay this implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Fogarty. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm an Arlington resident and a parent of 2 APS graduates. I'm also on the board of Equality Virginia and a coordinator for the Arlington PFLAG Community Group, which is sponsored by the Metro DC chapter of PFLAG. PFLAG is the nation's largest family and ally organization uniting with LGBTQ communities. Parents come to PFLAG for a variety of reasons, but the one thing all parents bring is fear. Will our children face discrimination or bullying because of their sexual orientation or gender identity? Will they be targeted for violence? Will our children be safe? Almost 4 years ago, Arlington schools updated the non-discrimination policy to include gender identity and expression, for which I am deeply grateful. I encourage you to move forward promptly with the PIP and recommended staff training to ensure that all students, including those who are trans and gender nonconforming, know that our Arlington school system is a place of respect, safety, and support. Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Good evening. My name is David Ensign. I'm the pastor at the Clarendon Presbyterian Church. I'm also a parent of 3 kids who have been educated in APS. As parent and as pastor to families with kids in APS, the thing that I have always most appreciated about our schools is the way that APS not only welcomes and celebrates the diversity of its student body, but also how it prepares and trains faculty and staff to create welcoming and safe educational environments for children of every imaginable background. With that in mind, I am grateful that you have developed these non-discrimination procedures and encourage you to move ahead with implementation now. As pastor to an Arlington congregation that includes transgender and gender nonconforming persons, I know how important these concerns are to all Arlington families. Transgender and gender nonconforming adolescents are 2 to 3 times more likely to attempt suicide than their cisgender peers. Clearly, creating safe and supporting community institutions, schools, community centers, houses of worship is urgent. At Clarendon, we've hosted prom nights for Wakefield's Gay Straight Alliance and the Gen Out Youth Chorus band camps. Creating safe and supportive community space for all Arlington kids is the job of all Arlington adults. I applaud APS for its leadership and encourage you to continue your good work through finalizing these procedures now so that faculty and staff can be prepared when students head back to school in the fall. Thank you, and I also applaud your stamina. I'm a Presbyterian. I know long meetings. Blessings on your work.
Thank you very much for coming to this meeting tonight, sharing your thoughts with us.
Good evening. As a member of the Arlington Parents Coalition and parent of 2 teenage daughters in APS, I strongly believe that all students should be safe, supported, and protected in our schools, regardless of their gender identity. Many of us are concerned the perspectives of Arlington students have not been adequately heard or considered in this process. Today, the Parents Coalition released a survey of over 90 APS students. About half the student respondents were female and half were male, and come from a diverse range of schools in Arlington. In the survey, 87% of students said they oppose or strongly oppose the PIP. The top reasons students cited were 1, that it conflicted with their conscience or religious beliefs, 2, that it would stigmatize students who disagree with the policy, and 3, that it would be bad for women's athletics. These perspectives are valid, they are important, and thus far they have been ignored by APS and the school board. You'll hear more details on the student survey from a future speaker. Additionally, it seems prudent that APS staff ask several more questions before submitting this PIP for implementation. A couple include, how is a transgender student identified? Is a transgender student someone who has begun to transition medically, hormonally, socially? Can someone be labeled transgender simply by self-identifying as such? Who diagnoses a student as transgender? Is it the student or a teacher, counselor, or other staff member? If a student can self-diagnose for gender identity, can a student also self-diagnose other conditions such as dyslexia, autism, transracial identity, Tourette syndrome, or PTSD? Who is the final authority on which students room together on overnight trips? Is it the students, the parents, the school? Who is liable if something happens to a student who is rooming with students of the opposite sex? If a girl is assaulted or raped, who will be held responsible for that? I urge you, pause the J2 PIP and take the time to hear from a broader range of perspectives. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening, sharing your thoughts with us.
Good evening. I know it's late and we're all tired, so I cut my remarks in half, but I did add one based on my friends and neighbors' comments. I learned a new word tonight. I'm cisgender, as is the rest of my family, and I'm here speaking on behalf of all of us and our friends and neighbors. I want to thank you all for supporting our transgender and non-binary students and for supporting this implementation plan. I urge you to move forward without any further delay. It's important that Arlington teachers and staff have further education before the next year begins. 6 points and I'm on 3 already, so here's the point I added, which is I've listened, I think, carefully to the different things people have said, and the words that resonated in particular for me is that it's important for these kids to know that they have value, that they're safe and they're respected. And what resonated the most about that with me is I think that's true of my son and all of our families and children. And so finally, I simply wanted to thank you all again for your support on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come in this evening.
Hi, my name is Sarah Priestman. I'm a teacher at Randolph Elementary School, and I'm also the parent of a transgender son. I'm going to read the words that he would say tonight in his voice, if he was choosing to speak. My name is Evie Priestman. I identify as transgender and queer. I graduated from Wakefield in 2017 and currently attend Dickinson College. I want to assert how essential it is to add and include topics surrounding gender identity in current policies and in professional development. In my own words, I want to say in terms of professional development, as a teacher in APS, there are a number of teachers I work with who are compassionate and kind and caring and clueless to issues of gender identity and hurtful in their inability to understand what some of their students are experiencing on a daily basis. Back to my son's words. I acknowledge the effort that were put forth during my years at Wakefield, and am grateful for the staff and administration who used my correct name and gender pronouns, and therefore I felt safe and affirmed while in class. I was also able to use the bathroom corresponding to my gender identity my junior and senior years, which relieved a lot of stress and anxiety and contributed to my academic success. But I know this was and is not the case for many students across the district, which is why it is a must that there should be a district-wide guideline The implementation of PIP would ensure the same support that I was given to the many other trans and gender nonconforming students in APS. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments this evening.
Good evening, Superintendent Murphy and members of the school board. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is John Vivolo. I'm a longtime Arlington resident and parent of 2 cis daughters, one of whom attends Claremont and the other one who can't get there fast enough. Childcare is killing me. Like many of the parents in the room this evening, I spend my weekends on the sidelines coaching soccer games, shuttling kids to dance and swim lessons, and playing at our neighborhood park. The more time I spend coaching kids, shuttling them back and forth to activities, and spending time with other parents and families, similar threads become clear. You see a child's bravery as they introduce themselves to new friends, or their frustration when they don't score a goal at soccer, or their growth over time as they master new dance moves. These moments of learning, friendship, and growth, all seemingly small, happen when kids feel safe. Safe in their environment and safe with those around them. This PIP will help create environments where all students can have that safe space to learn and grow. Transgender children, teenagers, and adults are part of our vibrant community. And it is my hope that Dr. Murphy, you and your team will finalize and implement this PIP as soon as possible. I appreciate and value your hard work and leadership, ensuring all members of our community, especially some of the most vulnerable, are safe at school. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments this evening.
Good evening. My name is Royce Sherlock. I have 2 cisgender children, a son at Yorktown High School and a daughter who graduated from Yorktown in 2017. My daughter's here tonight, and both of my children support my comments. I support the PIP that APS staff put out for public comment, and I've expressed my support in writing. I have no worries that this PIP will somehow adversely affect my children. Both of them have had transgender or gender nonconforming classmates. These students deserve the inclusive and protective measures set forth in the PIP, and I hope they'll be in place by the beginning of the 2019-2020 school year. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff for their work in bringing this to fruition and for undertaking a transparent community engagement effort. Thank you.
Royce, thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kate Skidmore, and I've been a member of the Arlington community for 10 plus years. Coming from a different lens. I do not have children in this school system, but I'm an employer in this area. And so as a senior leader in human resources, I've spent my career working in professional sports, most notably the NBA and the financial industry, and both have made diversity and inclusion a business imperative. This is because diverse and inclusive work environments positively impact innovation, productivity, and revenue. More importantly, employees expect to work in environments free of harassment and bullying. They expect a culture of belonging. Education is the same. Education that excludes and segregates perpetuates discrimination and hate, while education that is inclusive encourages teamwork, collaboration, and communication. I applaud the board for developing procedures that ensure all students feel accepted and safe. You are not only creating an environment where children are more likely to learn and contribute, but also preparing these children for the expectations of future employers. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening.
Greetings, school board members. My name is Walter Clark. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I serve the Unitarian Universalist Church of Arlington. Our religious education program serves approximately 215 students from preschool to high school. About 80% of those students are members of Arlington Public Schools. So how many kids do I have in Arlington Public Schools? Over 170. Approximately 6 of those students identify as transgender. That is 3% of our own youth. And our congregation has seen firsthand how those students have been beautifully welcomed into our congregation. welcomed by their peers without incident. It is my belief that the kids of today are more accepting of non-cisgender expression than their parents. If you look back to our first few speakers, Emrys and Jordan talked about issues from the teachers they received, not the students. It is my opinion that this PIP is important to make sure that the discrimination does not come from the adults. We are the leaders. We are the ones who set the examples. You are here on your free time. Your endurance is phenomenal. But you're here because you're leaders. You're here because you serve. I serve a congregation. You serve the youth. These students need you to serve them. Give them an environment where they can learn safely without discrimination. Make them be the best they can be. That is your job, and I know you want it to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Anolina Santry. I'm a mom to 3 APS students. In contrast to other policy implementation procedures which affect only a small number of students, for example in special education, this PIP would affect the everyday life of all Arlington County Public School students, not just transgender students. Therefore, the whole community should have been allowed to be part of the process from the start. When the community found about this PIP, the APS staff told them that they would have a chance to provide input later on via questionnaire. Unfortunately, this questionnaire turned out to be a feedback form with a major flaw in validity. It did not even ask the commenter if they were Arlington County residents. It is incomprehensible why APS staff has been spending time and resources in reviewing input which they are not even sure comes from Arlington residents. We all agree that APS staff needs guidance on how to deal with the unique situations which arise when students don't conform with their biological sex. Parents likewise want to know what procedures staff will follow regarding transgender population. It is clear that a PIP is needed. However, the way to write an inclusive PIP is not having exclusive meetings with some special interest groups or to form working groups by cherry-picking individuals to echo chamber one's viewpoints. This is how this current PIP proposal has been created based on FOIA records. The way to create an inclusive PIP which ensures that all students are supported, is to give the whole diverse Arlington community an opportunity to weigh in from the start and make a survey which truly gives a voice to all community members.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening, sharing your thoughts with us.
Good evening. I'm James Reeves. I'm the father of 2 Arlington students. And I just want to make a couple of points. The American Academy of Pediatrics that Dr. Natras referred to earlier, that's a professional membership organization, and they engage openly in political activity, as you would expect a a membership organization like that to do. They are not ultimately determinants of the standards of care in Virginia for physicians. That is the Virginia Board of Medicine that makes the ultimate determination of what the best standards of care and practice in Virginia are. I am, like Dr. Nguyen, who spoke earlier tonight, I'm also a psychiatrist, and I have to disagree with him about the best practices and outcomes for gender dysphoric children. It's a matter that's still hotly debated and controversial among psychiatrists and also pediatricians and endocrinologists. And if you read the research on this topic, as I have, you'll come away seeing that the overall picture is anything but clear. And I see you've acknowledged by the many citations that you have on this PIP, you're acknowledging that it does need to be backed by research. I just simply ask that you consider a broader survey of the research that's out there, and I think to do so you'll need to pause the implementation of the PIP for redevelopment with a larger survey of the available research on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come in this evening.
Is Charlie? Oh, okay.
Hello, school board and staff. Thank you for what you're doing to try to protect all students. I really appreciate the work that you guys have put into this. I first want to thank you for this draft. I appreciate that you guys have taken in the responses from the survey on the APS Engage website, and we really do appreciate you upholding parental rights. And even from everyone who shared, it was so amazing to see just the love that parents have for their kids from both sides of this issue. And so we thank you for upholding parental rights and making sure to remove that clause. We appreciate that. I am concerned that we can maybe be more clear on how to identify gender, if it is a fluid process. I think mainly the concern is how do we separate the people that want to abuse this policy from the people that we're trying to protect with this policy? Because there's these kids that we want to protect, but yet there's people that may be wanting to abuse the policy by saying, oh, I'm transgender, and then abusing it in a way that's harmful to other students. And so that is one of my concerns, that if it could be more clear, like can there be more definite endpoints to when someone can say that they're a certain gender so that someone can't abuse the policy. So thank you for listening. Thank you for your care and concern for all of our students.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Murphy, members of the school board, thank you for being here this evening. My name is Randy Burkholder. I'm a parent. I care about all children in this county. Dr. Natras, I think about the why a lot, and I think this policy is profoundly flawed. I would like to present a few additional results from the student survey released today by the Arlington Parent Coalition. This survey is the first research to quantify county students' perspectives on the draft PIP on transgender students in schools, and I would be happy to provide full results to anyone who is interested at the end of the meeting. As an aside, before I do, I would like to note that we have heard from many school staff that they were not consulted in the development of the policy, that they have significant concerns about student physical and emotional well-being, and that they are naturally, given their employment status, not free to speak out about those concerns. I would encourage you to take those into consideration as well. In the APC student survey, 24% of the students who oppose the policy, and as we heard, it was a large percentage, said they do so because they believe it will stigmatize students who disagree or feel uncomfortable with it. In addition, 95% of students said they felt somewhat or very uncomfortable with being asked to share locker rooms with biological males who identify as females, and vice versa. One respondent said, quote, "I would not feel safe under this policy." Finally, 85% of students said they disagreed or strongly disagreed with allowing biological males who identify as females to participate on women's sports teams. One respondent said, "This does the opposite of empowering female athletes." The effects of the draft PIP would be profound. The concerns that many students expressed in this survey are important and should be addressed. We urge you to suspend work on this policy and consider other avenues for ensuring all students of all identities can enjoy a safe educational environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments with us this evening.
Good evening. First of all, Ms. O'Grady, my son told me to tell you hi before I left home tonight. I want to say that I want all kids, all the students in the school, transgender or not, to feel included and welcome and safe. I have children in kindergarten and first grade. This is my daughter. We adopted her from Haiti. At 3 years old, we learned she had cerebral palsy, and just last week we learned that she has an intellectual capacity of a 3-year-old. I don't feel that this policy considers her needs. She doesn't understand nuances. She's not going to understand when boys are in the bathroom with her, biological boys. It doesn't take into consideration the needs of special students. I remember when I was at Williamsburg having to shower with other boys, it was required by the PE teacher. It created a tremendous amount of shame. To this day, I remember that. And I just think now, what would it be like for my son if he had to do that in a group shower that Williamsburg still has with other boys, but also with biological females in there? I feel like this policy is designed to accommodate a minority without the consideration of other students. Even among the LGBT community, there's not even a consensus about girls, biological girls, participating in sports with boys. Martina Navratilova even opposes that. We have not even had a presentation about this policy until tonight. There's been nothing public about this. The whole thing has been done in the shroud of secrecy where FOIA had to get the information. This is not the Arlington way. We're not considering the community's needs. The Arlington Public School System has a mission statement that says, we are a diverse and inclusive community working in collaboration with families of the community. In the case of this policy, there's been no collaboration. Can we not please just stop and slow this down and allow for everybody to come to the table? We are a smart group of people here in Arlington, and everybody wants to work together. We can develop consensus. I know we can. We just need to slow it down. Please. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in this, excuse me, thanks for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
Hi, my name is Mark Blacknell. I'm a 20-plus year resident of Arlington County and the father of, as of this September, 3 Arlington Public School students. My kids, as best I can tell, are cisgender and probably aren't going to benefit directly from anything in this policy. So why did I come to my first school board meeting ever? Because you show up for trans kids. It is super important for you to know how important it is that you've shown this leadership, to set the policy, to have a staff that's willing to put this policy into action. After this policy is adopted, and I hope you will put aside the delay tactics of the Parents Coalition. They are the same sort of folks that would stand between us and integration, stand between us and marriage equality. It's the same thing over and over. I urge you to put that aside and move ahead with this. I know that it can be hard. I know that it can be hard for some people, but that doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. So after you implement it, make sure you stick with it. Make sure it's actually being implemented, and make sure that it's there to make every Arlington student feel as safe, as valued, and loved as my kids do in the Arlington Public School System. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening.
One more.
Mr. Dubois, you've...
I saw that I was removed from the list. I wasn't sure, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
We rearranged because you had spoken earlier.
moved you up to the top of the list.
have a nice night.
Hello. Am I close enough? Okay. My name's C.A. Drucker, not Los Angeles Drucker like it says there. But I'm a lifelong resident of Arlington County. I've been here for nearly 22 years, and I went to Kate Waller Barrett Elementary School and H.B. Woodlawn Secondary Program. I use they, them pronouns. Among other things, I hope this PIP would help students avoid the sort of intense homophobic and transphobic bullying that I had to put up with 10 years ago at Kate Waller Barrett Elementary School. And also, before I get into a little bit more, I do want to say that the science around the best practices for transgender kids is not settled in the same way that the science around climate change is. And abuse and assault will still be illegal even when this PIP is implemented. I go to Montgomery College in Maryland, and there are whole buildings that do not have gender-neutral bathrooms. So I either have to make a decision about whether or not I want to subject myself to the possibility of a campus police call or somebody jumping me or confronting me with running across the campus to use the bathroom. And this is one of the things that the implementation of this PIP, I think it's absolutely critical that gender-neutral bathrooms be located as conveniently and as frequently as gendered bathrooms. And Arlington is my home, and it has been for these 21 years. And I want home to be a good place where people can come into themselves safely with proper, healthy support. And I think APS has done good work to do that so far, and that it should continue to do that work, and that this PIP should be implemented comprehensively and quickly.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us. That's the end of the
That's all
speakers.
we have. Yep.
Thank you to all the speakers for your thoughts and for taking the time to come in and just wait until this late hour to share your thoughts with us. We all appreciate it. And board members, do you have questions or comments on the presentation? Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Natras and Dr. Murphy, thank you very much. I know you've put a lot of work into this year to get us to this point. I wonder if we could pull up the slide with the J2 policy on it. And Dr. Natras, is this dated 2015, or has there been a revision since June? If you don't know, that's fine. It is. I couldn't remember if we updated it again, but we did do it in 2015. This is a very well-written policy. And I just want to remind all of us, we did adopt this in 2015. And it really covers everything in a broad way that is covered in this PIP. And at the point that we adopted it in 2015, we did intend to fully implement the policy. That's what policies are for. What then happened about a year or a little bit more ago was, we did hear from parents and some students that, in fact, we weren't fully implementing this policy with regard to transgender students. And so that's really the only gap that we're filling. This policy was adopted in 2015, and we always fully intended to implement it. So we're really just getting to some of the details at this point. And I do want to ask, I just got a note, it was revised, maybe some other words.
No,
yeah.
not this.
Oh, okay.
Just
In 2017, yeah, but we added gender identity in 2015. Okay. I want to ask a few questions, though, to kind of get at some of the concerns that some community members have raised and make sure that we either have them addressed or that we're going to do it in the guidelines. And I think that's great that there will be continued work on some guidelines. So let me just start with overnights. Do we have guidelines now, for how teachers determine who's rooming with whom on overnight trips? And again, that's not a question for this PIP. It's simply a question of all overnights. Can parents, for example, ask that their child not room with someone for any reason? Do we have those kinds of guidelines in place?
We do have those guidelines. Part of what we are doing through this process is also trying to build consistency where maybe we don't have it. So there are certain guidelines across the board for specific schools. Sometimes what we're doing may be a little bit different for a sports overnight than for an arts overnight than from maybe a science overnight. So making sure that we're being consistent across the board is something that we're looking at as we develop these guidelines. We have teachers who will develop it. Sometimes students will make requests, and then we're communicating with parents regarding who the roommates may be for a particular trip. But part of this process is making sure that that is in writing, consistent across the board.
So at the moment, have we determined whether parents can opt their child out of a rooming situation?
So
or is that something that we have to clarify?
I believe that's something that we need to clarify.
Okay.
And
All right.
we're missing one of our key staff who could answer that question this evening,
Okay.
so I'll take it back for her.
Right, and again, it would be for any reason.
Correct.
Not specific, it would
Correct.
be in different guidelines.
And that's what you see in the PIP as well.
Similarly, for students who feel, for any reason, uncomfortable in situations where disrobing happens, locker rooms and such, do we always have an opportunity for them to find a private space?
Yes. Yes, and we actually
bathrooms,
this year have been taking tours of all of our schools to look at restrooms and locker rooms to make sure that that space is available, and then make any recommendations for changes that may need to be made, whether that's with curtains, whether that's with walls. Our team has been in communication with our facilities team to make sure that that is in place, again, consistently across all of our schools.
And
so yes.
do we require middle schoolers to all take showers in public?
That I do not know the answer to.
Oh,
Deb DeFranco would know that. My guess is
I thought that
our students can tell us that as well.
Okay,
But Deb would know
Mr.
off the top.
Dr.
Mr.
Natchez,
Burke.
we don't.
We do not.
We do
Thank
not,
you, Ty.
no.
We do not.
That was what I expected the answer to be. Yes, that's
So what is speed?
there was a time perhaps when APS required that. It is no longer something that happens in Arlington Public Schools. And just I do have several. Apologies for the lengthy question period here. The question of whether students, girls especially, might be in danger. A boy shows up at school and decides he wants to be able to go into the girls' bathroom. Can a boy who identifies as a boy show up in school and announce that he is a girl and walk into a girls' bathroom? Or do we know how? Do we have a process or an expectation or a way to understand when a child identifies differently than they might have been born?
So part of what we are working on with the guidelines is making sure that we're clear on some of our processes. When we talk about transitioning, we're really talking about individual processes for individual students while also making sure that we're clear in how we support the student and the family. So when we talk about a student who is transgender, we're really talking about a student who's living in a gender, as a gender that's different from the gender that was assigned at birth. And so that means using pronouns, right, that align with maybe a gender different from that assigned at birth. And so using pronouns, living out in the community as that gender. So it's not, I come to school the next day and say, all of a sudden, I am going to change the gender that was assigned to me at birth. It is a process. And so part of what we're developing with the guidelines are how do we have that conversation with students, with families, and then support the transition, whatever that might look like for individual students.
Right. So the answer is no. A student would not be able to show up and say, I'm a different gender today. You've never heard me say anything about it before, but... Okay. Sports. You mentioned that we follow VHSL. In fact, at our organizational meeting every July 1st, we sign on to VHSL. That is our governing body. That's how we play in tournaments and such. Is it our policy now to follow VHSL for all VHSL sports?
It is, yes.
So nothing in this PIP is changing our sports rules, other than intramurals and co-curriculars, of which I think Ultimate Frisbee is one of the only co-curricular sports.
Correct.
So our entire sports program, but for Ultimate Frisbee, the rules are not changing according to this PIP.
Guy's going to add to this one for me, too.
We do have other co-curricular sports as well, football, wrestling. Those are sports where both genders can compete.
So what is co-curricular then? Wrestling is not a VHSL sport?
Wrestling is. I'm sorry, maybe I'm...
It's in addition to VHSL.
Yeah, maybe I'm confusing the topic. We do have sports where both genders compete at the same time. And not just our extracurricular sports, such as Ultimate Frisbee.
Okay, but what I'm really asking is...
What changes?
Most of those sports, including wrestling, I think we are following the VHSL guidelines now.
Yes.
So the PIP is not changing anything about the rules for those sports.
That is accurate.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Comments, and I'm so sorry to hear from a couple of the students earlier, a teacher being disgusted with a use of a pronoun. Dr. Murphy, do we have we have an expectation for substitute teachers and all teachers, I assume, that we don't tell students that we're disgusted by them in any sense, right? Transgender or not,
Correct.
That's an expectation. And if a teacher were reported for treating a student, calling them disgusting, not okay, that we have consequences and processes, again, outside of this policy for that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Similarly, we have policies and processes for assault. That is something that we don't allow, period, for any reason. Okay. Those were my questions. And I know we do have some guidelines that we're going to continue to work on. I know we're not voting on this. I think this is really great work. So my final question is simply, Dr. Murphy, is there going to be any delay in publishing this PIP?
No, there's not, as I stated with my opening statement. We are going to continue to move forward, as Dr. Natras has identified. There are some specific guidelines that we want to parallel that we've done previously, and so we'll be working with the different constituent groups out there to do that, and then be able to have that in place with the start of the school year. The process for that, I think, timeline just for knowledge is that once the board has heard this this evening, there's a 2-week process where we move our PIPs through, just a inter-office, process that we have in place. All PIPs go through this. It's about 2 weeks. So 2 weeks out from today is approximately, I think, July the 1st.
Excellent. Thank you.
I just want to make one comment. I want to thank Dr. Natras. I know you've been working very hard on this with your staff, and I really appreciate the work that you've done, the research that you've done, the time you spent with me, educating me so that I can speak appropriately on this topic, and all the people have educated me, and so I just really wanted to say thank you, because I believe our students will be safer and more supported as a result of the implementation of this PIP, and I want to thank Dr. Murphy for moving ahead and finalizing this. It needs to be done, and it needs to be in place immediately. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Tanya?
Yes, I'd like to follow up on a comment that Dr. Cannon made, and I think, Dr. Cannon, I don't want to speak for you, but I think your point in saying a child cannot come in the next day and state that that child is of another gender, I understand the point you're trying to make. My understanding is that we will have guidelines in place that ensure the policy is not abused. But I want to clarify, a person's journey in identifying themselves may take a very long time, and they may not be sharing that with anyone. Because if you have not had the support system in place as a very young child to live in the skin that is different than what people perceive, then if that transition happens in middle school or in high school, it really may be that you come in the next day and you tell an adult, I am not the gender that I was born with. It really may be that way. And so that is a reality, and that is the world that we live in. That is what happens every day when you walk down the street, when you walk into a restaurant, when you walk into a courthouse, when you walk into any building, any situation that you're in the community, you will run into people that are different than you, that look different than you, that speak different languages than you, that identify differently than you identify. This is the world. We are a public school system. Our job is to educate every single student that walks in through our doors in a safe and welcoming environment. And if your student does not support and does not have the ability to tolerate the changes, that is something that our school system is going to have to work with to ensure that we are one community and we accept each other and we are educated, getting an academic education, which is the focus, in a place where everyone feels safe and welcome and tolerated. And so I just want to point that out, that as we move through guidelines, if we can recognize that there's a process and put guidelines in place that will prevent abuse of the policy, I think that is a very credible concern. It's not something that I would want any of our students to abuse any of our policies, nor parents, nor teachers, nor anyone. So if we develop guidelines, if we can look at how to do that, but I think that that just needed to be clarified. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the work. And I want to thank all the speakers for coming out and supporting their position. We appreciate hearing from everybody in the community. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on a few items that came up during the conversation or the presentations earlier by our community. Some people brought up questions about training and training our staff. Will we be addressing training with our staff?
Yes, so part of what is in the PIP that is in the introduction is that we will be training all of our staff periodically. We have actually done some training with staff already this year as part of our professional learning framework. Cognito is an online tool that we have used to provide some of that training, as well as have brought in some speakers from the Department of Human Services and several other groups to work with our staff so that some of the situations that you've heard from our students tonight are dissipated, right? Because a big piece of this is staff training to build that understanding. I think Dr. Cannonan's points are correct about not tolerating harassment or anything else for any student, but particularly being sensitive to the needs of our transgender youth. So that is part of our professional learning framework as we talk about inclusive environments.
And then some people were concerned about bathroom locations.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us about how we might be addressing that?
Yes, so as I said earlier, we've been doing tours with some of our students and parents we've hit all of the high schools, all of the middle schools. We've started tours of our elementary schools. Part of what we have to work through is that all of our buildings are different, right? We have some buildings that we've had for many, many years. We have newer buildings. As we are designing our new schools, this is actually something that we've taken into account in speaking with the architects and planning for restroom locations so that all of our restrooms, both gender neutral, are in convenient locations. So part of what we are working through with those tours is where can we locate restrooms in the most convenient place. That language is not currently in the PIP because we know we have some work to do in some of our buildings, and we didn't want to put something in the PIP that wasn't actually true at this moment in time. So as we work with our facilities team and are able to better provide that, then we'll be able to make those updates to the PIP.
Thank you very much, Dr. Natras. And I just wanted to also say thank you to you and your staff who've been working on bringing this PIP forward. I know it took a lot of time. I know there was a lot of time that was taken to try to get this to a point where it's ready for the community. I do believe that it's ready, the PIP is ready. I do applaud the idea of moving forward by rounding it out more with the guidelines process that we're going to be talking about. And I want to also just say how much I appreciate the students coming forth. We had a really important work session a while back, and I thought it was very helpful to hear from our students who shared a lot of what we heard tonight, that there was room for improvement, that they want to feel safe, and that the community that they represent, for some of our students, this is a life or death matter. And I think it's important that for that reason, we do not delay, but that we dig deeper into the work through this guidelines process to continue to address some of the concerns of our community on all sides of this issue. I think that will be helpful. I've heard from lots of people from both sides, and in the end, for me, a life or death matter for our students is paramount, but it doesn't mean that the dialogue should stop. And so I definitely appreciate us making the move tonight, and look forward to how this continues to evolve over the summer so it's ready for all of our students to be safe and supported, as we say, in our strategic plan goals. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that the school board members have had open office hours for several months, and people have come in to speak with us for several months. We have been handed materials by a variety of groups. I have read everything. I know my colleagues have. We have received many, many emails, and we have also read all of those emails. So we have spoken with people. We have read those materials. They have been shared with staff. I just want to reiterate the process that we have. When anyone comes in to speak with us, we share that information with all the other board members. So when people come in and speak multiple times, we're all sharing that. So we've all read some of the material multiple times. And we also then pass it on to Dr. Murphy and his staff. So that, combined with the input that came in via Engage, which has also been coming in for months, all of that information has been taken in. All of it has been read and synthesized, and the conversations we've had with people across the spectrum on this issue has been taken into account and read and thought of as the staff went forward with this policy implementation procedure. So I just wanted to reiterate that because I think it's important that we let the community know that we've been listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of brief questions. I don't know how long it's going to take for the answers, but so we're talking about guidelines that are going to help clarify, round out the PIP. Can you give us some insight as to what topics those guidelines are going to address? You know, the categories.
Yeah, so we will actually go section by section within the PIP. So talking about bathrooms and locker rooms, what are the specifics that will be included for those guidelines? And we may even put some things in there about the convenience, knowing that some of our schools are in different places, right? We'll talk about the co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and we'll link to the VHSL guidelines so that everyone knows what those are. So very similarly, as I referenced earlier tonight, we have the wellness PIP, and then we have the food allergy guidelines that are a part of that. They get very specific into hand washing guidelines and the foods to be brought in. And so those, we will actually, for this particular PIP, go section by section to expand on things. So names, pronouns, and classroom records. What does that look like when we're talking about synergy? We heard some comments tonight about how that actually works within the classroom. And so we'll take that and we'll put in the information about how that lives in our student information system and what kinds of guidelines when we talk about rosters need to be provided for substitutes. And so providing those specifics will really help schools to make sure that what we've put here that maybe doesn't have the specific action steps are provided for them. So again, we have consistency across our schools.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is about the parental notification issue. And could you just elaborate on that a little bit? I know this is a tricky one because there are a lot of students who aren't, 18 yet. There's certainly a body of parental rights or convention. Can you talk about how that has been addressed and dealt with in the development of this PIP and further with the guidelines?
Sure. So we actually had a section within the PIP that talked about providing support for students and sometimes not sharing that information with parents. If a student comes to a counselor, a student comes to a teacher, to Ms. Talento's point earlier, sometimes students have been grappling with something and they need an adult to go to. And that adult may or may not be the parent. So part of what we are very cognizant of with this is that we have to consider how we are supporting students who need a safe adult, and the safe adult may not be at home. That paragraph is not currently in this version of the PIP. We are referencing FERPA with this and ensuring that we are protecting student privacy. So that section is now much more about student privacy and then the educational records. We will be working with our team when we're talking about the guidelines of what that looks like, because we are trying to balance, as we've heard from some speakers, parental rights and notification while also being mindful of our student needs and sometimes the safety of our students in particular situations. And that's something that as educators, sometimes we grapple with all kinds of issues, not transgender specific, but with other things as well. And so that's what we were getting at within the PIP, and we're gonna have to grapple with that a little bit more, I think.
I'm sorry, I got confused there. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I got confused. You said this sentence or phrase or paragraph is no longer in the PIP, and what was it that it said that is no longer in the PIP? I missed that.
I don't have the specific phrasing in front of me, but basically what it said was if a student goes to a teacher or a counselor or someone at the school, that if the student was not yet ready for the parent to be notified that they are transgender, that we would not notify the parent without student permission. Because the student may be in a situation where they know much more about their family life, right? And part of what we know, we've heard a lot about various research this evening, but part of what we know is that students need support. And if that support is not coming at home, then our students need a safe place. And oftentimes, whether we're talking about transgender youth or other issues, that safe place is at school. And so how do we balance that safety at school with parental rights and making sure that parents are able to meet the needs of their students? And so we did get a lot of input, particularly with the questionnaire that's been out about that paragraph. So we're going to go back to it and grapple with it a little bit more and have some conversations with our counselors who primarily deal with this. So right now, in that section, we're talking about FERPA and we're talking about the permanent records for students.
But that the content, the substance of what you just described is not in there at the moment. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. Correct. Because we got so much input with concerns about that, we want to make sure we get the wording correct and we want to make sure we have the guidelines in place. So we are going to have to continue that piece to this conversation.
And is that something that the guidelines will help us, elaborate better?
It could. Part of what we talked about with that is that, as I said, there are other examples where students need a safe space. And so part of our staff conversation was, do we need to do something differently with this particular PIP for our transgender youth that we wouldn't be doing in other situations where we may have some concerns about safety at home? And so why would this be any different? So does it need to be in the PIP? So we'll have more staff conversation about it. But that was the one piece that we felt like we needed a little more time to work through.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Again, thank you to all the speakers, board members. Oh, sorry.
That's
You
okay.
had a
Yeah, I have a follow-up, and I believe we have our attorney here, and maybe he can help with this. Regarding what Chair Goldstein just mentioned, my understanding is that FERPA is very clear. And if a parent wants access to the child records, end of discussion, they get it. And any information in those records, a parent has access to it. And I think what you're so parents need to understand, you have access to your parents' records. We as a school board, as a school system, do not have the ability to keep those records from you, unless your child is 18. Or there are special circumstances where if you're a guardian of your child after 18 years old, but that's usually court-ordered. That being said, we are responsible for the safety of a child, and there are circumstances where if a child feels unsafe. I don't know the legal specifics on that, but I know that there are situations where we need to keep the child safe, and if a child feels unsafe, that may interfere with that FERPA piece. But I think the misinterpretation of the PIP was the earlier version that we had the ability to prevent a parent from accessing their child's records, and we do not have that ability. So I just wanted to clarify that the FERPA is really clear, and Kafrki, if you, please correct me if I have mistaken that interpretation.
No, that's right.
Come on, you gotta come to the
Come to the microphone, John.
Join me.
Thank you, Mr. Kafrki.
Yeah, John Kafriki is the school board's lawyer.
FERPA deals with educational records, and it's essentially what you just said. It doesn't necessarily deal with the whole universe of orally conveyed information, and it's a complicated area, as Dr. Natras alluded to, that is going to take some nuancing. But yes, it's correct that parents have a right to their child's educational records. No doubt about that.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good clarification. Appreciate you letting us know. I think we're moving on. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. And we are moving on to
information items. We've
Information
got the
items.
revision to School Board Policy J6 8.1, student safety, bully harassment prevention. And I think I'm going to call on Dr. Jeanette Allen for this information item to review it here with us this evening. Thank you, Dr. Allen, for staying late or coming back.
Yes, or getting to work early.
There you
Depends
go.
on your perspective. Good evening. Oh, yeah, sure.
Dr. Allen, while everyone is clearing out, I just wanted to take an opportunity to let you and Mr. Pope, your last information items. I'm going to try to sit through the remainder, but I am getting a little sore. So I did read the packets that you provided. I provided some feedback via email, so if I leave in the middle of your presentations, I just ask you to forgive me. But I did see the information, and thank you for the work on presenting this evening.
Feel free to walk around if you need to. Okay. All right, good evening. Are we ready?
Jeanette, you want to go ahead?
Okay.
Thank you.
I can raise it? Okay. Good evening, Chair Goldstein, Vice Chair Talento, Ms. O'Grady, Dr. Cannon, and Ms. Van Doren, and Dr. Murphy. Good evening. I'm here accompanied by my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Laura Newton, as well as Pam McClellan, who will be here to answer any questions if needed. So I'm here to share the policy updates for the student safety, bullying, harassment prevention, policy J-6.8.1. Do I click, or does somebody click for me? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that, I'm sorry. Okay, the last revision for this policy was 2017. So when we reviewed the policy, it was not much that we needed to adjust, that we felt we needed to adjust. However, it was brought to my attention that I was made aware that the board had some questions regarding the applicability of this policy and PIP as it relates to students and staff. And currently, we do have some provisions in place to respond to student and staff issues. However, we will prepare a response for the board with some proposed language to address your questions regarding interactions between students and staff as it pertains to bullying. The minor adjustments that were made is that we added the word to supportive, we added the word supportive to describe our learning environment, and added school community as it relates to actions that impact the school. So behaviors that don't take place in school but impact school community, we could also address under this policy. While the policy was updated in 2017, the PIP, however, was updated prior to that in 2008. So there was a little more attention given to the PIP. We did some minor changes as well, but we added different titles. We changed instruction to curriculum. We did evidence-based before we had character education. We clarified the complaint procedures, and this is all due to feedback from community, practitioners, our administrators, counselors, and also our Department of Student Services to kind of streamline the process and make it a little more clear for folks, not only for the parent community, but also for the administrators who are following the PIP. We clarified the timeline as well, which was feedback that was provided from the school board subcommittee to make sure that that was clear to everyone. We changed the phrasing from disciplinary actions to disciplinary outcomes. We added the words age and disability to be consistent with other language and other policies, and also in addition to our MOU that we are considering the age and the disability of a student when we factor in the behavior and the consequences for certain behaviors. And we added the interim action section because before we determined, while an investigation is taking place, it may be necessary to implement interim actions, which are not meant to be punitive, but they're meant to protect the alleged victim or the complainant and the respondent. So it's not to be seen as punitive, but it's to be seen as proactive and preventative. And then we also added language regarding appeals to the decision of the administrator. And lastly, we also have an incident reporting form. While several schools do have online reporting, what our intention is to create one online form that will link to all the school websites and will feed into a Google Doc. that we will be able to, not only can the schools get their reports, but we can also see at the central level, we can also see any trends regarding what types of bullying we're seeing. We can also use that to collect data for reporting purposes to the state and also to the federal government regarding the types of allegations we're receiving for bullying. This will help streamline that. And lastly, we added a section for outcomes of the investigation to help give more guidance and transparency also, because this is available online and available, the form is available online, but the PIP is also available online so that parents, students, staff can see the expectations for the investigative practices and the outcomes that we're seeking to find. And the form will be translated also in Spanish, and initially in Spanish, and then we will likely try to do it at least in the top 3 languages that we serve here in Arlington. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Are there speakers? No speakers. Okay, board members, do you have comments or questions for Dr. Allen? Oh. Monique?
So, Dr. Allen, it's been brought to my attention by a community member that there's some concern about how we might use peer mediation in our bullying practice, and our bullying and harassment prevention practices. And I wanted to ask if you could shed some light on how peer mediation is used in the school system.
Sure, I will begin to answer that, but then I will also defer to either Ms. McCullen or Dr. Newton to answer that question, to give further detail on that question. Mediation is a tool that is used. It is not, the intention is not to use it for bullying. However, a determination of bullying may be unfounded by the administrator. However, the family may feel that it is a situation of bullying. So the mediation is not performed without the consent of both parties. So if that is brought to a family as a possibility, it may be because the administrator or the administration did not find that this is this is bullying, but versus kind of a relationship issue between the 2 students that could be repaired based on the investigation. But the family may feel that this is a situation of bullying, so that there may be some disagreement there. But mediation is never forced on anyone, but it is a tool that we use, not for bullying. But again, if there is a determination by the school staff that this incident was not bullying, but it was a disagreement, then it would be something that would be suggested, but not forced. And then maybe I will ask. And Ms. McCullen, she and I have both been asked a similar question, and we've addressed it with a community member. I'm not sure if it's the same community member, but.
What Dr. Allen said is exactly right. Peer mediation would not be used in an incident that's been validated as bullying. It's not, best practice at all. In the situation of a normal peer conflict, where there's not an imbalance of power and that sort of thing, then peer mediation is a good strategy. But if it's a founded case of bullying, we would not use peer mediation.
Thank you.
All set? Okay, thank you. Nancy?
I just want to be clear that I do think that we should address and hear bullying by staff of students if it's related to students, and that really probably should be in here. And if there are other policies that relate to this, I think this is great. I just would like, we've consistently referred to another policy in the policy if it relates to this policy.
Okay.
So we had talked about staff, student, staff. So if there are other places that it's referred to in other policies, let's put it in here. And we've done that consistently. But I do think we do have instances in which students feel they're bullied by staff, and I think we need to address that. I don't think it's a hard addition, so I'll be looking for that when it comes back for action.
Okay, and that is certainly unfortunate. We'd never like to hear about a student feeling bullied by a staff member. There are other systems in place currently for that, but we will definitely look to create some language to either reference in this policy or embed it in the
Or
policy.
point to it.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
Barbara?
I'm still thinking about that issue because, yeah, I am kind of wondering if, where this policy sits then and whether it's kind of a student life section or, again, if the staff are, we have employment expectations and other things about staff, so, yeah, how these fit together. Maybe it's a cross-referencing or.
Fortunately, I'm also a member of the policy review team. So I will go back, take this back and ensure that there's some, if there's another policy or PIP that we can reference, that we will do that. I know that there are some policies in PIP and personnel, in our section for personnel, that may help resolve this issue and fill this gap, but
And I think one of our principles, from the board's policy review team is that we don't want to have the same thing repeated in different places where you might end up revising one but not the other. So you want to cross-reference rather than try to develop statements on the same topic twice. So yeah, I'd be interested in that. And then I just wanted to follow up on Ms. O'Grady's question about discipline. And I do feel that I have heard the same thing. So I think this is something we want to just be aware of, that the idea of bullying, and I appreciate the clarification about how it's a power relationship. It's a specific type of offense. And that to make sure that we're not, if it's not best practice, to not be offering that kind of mediation. And, you do sometimes hear from parents that they feel that they were expected to put their child into that kind of mediation situation. They might not have felt it was appropriate. So, and that this policy is not actually about the discipline piece. So this is another
PIP
example
is more
of
about the response. The policy, no. The policy is about the prevention piece.
Right, and then I was just going to ask just for clarification, because I do think, I think it's in the PIP really, where at the end you do say, the determination of discipline is determined in accordance with the offense or something. And I know you've done a lot of work on the discipline side. And I guess I was just curious, I think you had, didn't you have at our work session, a lot of different examples of, severity. And where does bullying fit? It might be too hard to really.
Bullying we have a minor and a major, depending on the type of bullying. But, we approach this because we're dealing with children. We approach it as a learning opportunity. Obviously, we want to ensure that all the students are protected. But it's different types, it's different levels depending on the approach, and there's different responses to that don't necessarily lead to suspension, because bullying ultimately is has a very low disciplinary consequence for us in terms of suspension and school suspension. It's mostly alternatives. We take the opportunity to teach, to reteach behavior or give support students to improve their behavior, and less punitive methods, because it is a learning opportunity for them.
And I know you've worked a lot on these issues. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
All set? No? Okay. Thank you very much. So this will be coming back to us July 1st, or?
It is on consent for July 1st.
On consent, so that would mean that you're not making any changes to it, right, between now and then?
No, I believe she's identified 2 areas that we're going to look into with a little bit more detail, so we can bring it back on the 1st, but we'll have to bring it back as an action item because we want to discuss those recommendations for the changes.
So it won't be on consent?
Correct.
Okay. On the 1st, okay.
Originally, it was scheduled for. That's okay.
I think we'll identify the minor changes. If everyone's fine with that and we don't want to discuss them, we can move it to consent, sure.
But you'll be alerting us to when
Yeah,
it changes.
we'll have those changes come to you probably next week.
Friday.
By next week.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, we have one more item then for this evening, and I'm going to ask Mr. Zach Pope to bring forward this, and he's actually done quite a bit of work with some revisions here for the Health and Safety Policy E-3.31. Thank you, Mr. Pope, for hanging in here this evening with us, and I'll turn it over to you to go through this particular policy.
Last but not least, so there has been some significant work. As you can see in the presentation, we use at sequence because we're actually going to be talking about a number of policies that are affected by what we are presenting tonight to go forward. To give you an understanding, right now we have 6 main policies that relate to health and safety that aren't cross-referenced, that may say different things, that may actually be saying some of the same things. In that, you can see that a lot of the last adoptions are pretty old in terms of when they were last updated or adopted by the school board. What we are proposing is to better align all of the policies and practices to bring us up to practice that is currently being done within the school division since the original adoption, both with local, state, and federal regulations and best practices in health and safety programs. So what that will look like in terms of what we have submitted to you for information is to consolidate into one health or safety policy that will be renamed Safety and Security to be broader and more inclusive of all of our programs with 8 PIPs. Each of those PIPs will address specific program areas that will allow for the board to monitor specific items ranging from emergency management to occupational health, occupational safety, all the way down to risk management and our specialized instructional space safety like CTE or art and theater. Some of those items that will look like and what have been submitted to you and what is a very large package with markups will look like a number of policies either moving from a policy to a PIP, and the content and the names have changed to reflect practice and those regulations. You can see here more changes and alignment better to what is actually happening. One of the things to call out is our current policy E2.1, which outlines school safety audits and security. The majority of that was adopted when the Department of Criminal Justice Services started the Virginia Center for School Safety, and those all are items that are housed under an emergency management program in Virginia. And the PIP specifically relates to the security of our buildings, and that will be relocated to our physical security PIP to better align and better understand for our staff. Our threat assessment teams, again, moving to a PIP to be better managed, and our program documents, and our current suite of items that are PIPs under our E3.1 will all be kind of meshed around, and a lot of our student safety items will be sprinkled throughout all of the PIPs in specific areas that are identified. The reason in doing this is to better help staff understand where those particular items are and to better make it easier and more resource available for them. The biggest change that you'll note is that right now in E3.31, PIP 5 and PIP 6, both of them are on restrictions to photography and restrictions to access to school grounds. For a code perspective from the Code of Virginia, this needs to be in a school board policy to ensure that there's enforcement by law. So those 2 PIPs will actually go in reverse and go actually to the E3.31 policy and not remain in a PIP or distributed throughout. Our I-10.31, which Pam McClellan and Dr. Newton and I have worked on, will actually be moving as well. That is our crisis counseling that will move into our plans related to how we handle emergencies. The reason that there is alignment here is that these are all documents that can be better aligned in an emergency with best practice, but also to make sure that we are withholding documents as appropriate under FOIA and making sure that our school vulnerabilities are withheld so our students feel safer and our employees feel safer as well. There is one item that identification badges. We have realigned both our identification badges for students and identification badges, which are the employee IDs, to better align together. So we sit them together and they're updated and managed in the same fashion. So there is one part in PIP 16 and one of the personnel policies. It's like 2 sentences that will come out and kind of mesh with our physical security pieces. And that is all I have. Last but not least, I make it look simple, but it's a lot of paperwork.
Thank you, Zach. Are there speakers?
I don't think so.
Guessing not.
Anyone want it?
Anybody sign up?
Are there any speakers out there? Raise your left hand.
Melanie agrees, no
Melanie,
speakers.
No speakers. Okay, very good. Thank you. Board members, you have, Nancy.
I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Pope and to Ms. Burgos, particularly Mr. Pope. I sat with you for almost 2 hours because I wanted to understand what we were deleting and what we were adding and what we were consolidating and what we were updating. And when I tried to do it by myself, my head was spinning. And you methodically took me through it. And it became very clear to me that you had updated things to current practices, put things in binders that should not be on the website, and consolidated them in a way that made for one very simple, direct, easy-to-access policy, and then 8 PIPs. And I want to really thank you. That was an amazing amount of work, and it did make sense to me. It did take me a long time, and I went into a great deal of detail, but thank you for your patience on that, but I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I can't take all the credit myself. The team, our safety specialist, our security coordinator, and Terry Carson, our risk manager, we've been working on these since August when I started, and that was our greatest identified need, so I appreciate all of their help in doing that as well.
Other comments?
Just thank you for bringing a happy attitude at 11:32 at night.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Barbara? No? All set. And so this will be coming back to us again July 1st?
Yes, and I believe this would be a consent item.
On consent. Very good. Zach.
Awesome. Thank y'all.
Thanks so much for the presentation, for hanging in there with us this evening. We're now at new business. Board members, you have any new business? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Do you remember what time I said this meeting would end?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
No, I said 11:45.